All right, okay. Something new for today. Trying to bring you massive value in every way, as I would say. As I would tell you, I got a few things to do. I did many things in between this stream and the last. Most of them were looking up all the comments, suggestions, trying to implement them in the plan. A lot of things it looks like doesn't really make sense to implement now, but at the end of the day, it gave me a lot of good insight and helped me form the vision for the future. So I got to do what I got to do to make everything work out right, and that's what I'm doing right now. So just making sure everything's set up right from the start, so everything can flow good, everything works how it should, and I'm getting the signal that I'm good to go. So first thing you need to know is about the app that I made yesterday. And yeah, this is the one I made on the stream yesterday. It's called Breakout Buddy, your crypto watchman. We monitor the volume so you don't have to. This is the first crypto app I made. All the other apps were for stocks. And I'd have to say that making this crypto app, the main thing that I learned is in regards to the information that you can get for crypto in regards to stocks. If you're vibe coding or you're a programmer or a coder, whatever you want to call it, essentially all these stock market apps, I've had to get APIs. And APIs are basically a way for me to get information from a source. And in this case, it would be a source for stock market information. So most of the APIs, or pretty much all the APIs I found in the stock market world, are paid, and they offer a free tier, and they have different limits in the free tier, but essentially it's like just like a preview of the information that they offer. And I've run into a lot of problems with different APIs and had to like find a lot of ways to work around the information that they're not giving me. So yesterday when I built this crypto app, I was expecting to essentially run into similar problems and learn a brand new set of crypto APIs. But what I found was that in the crypto world, that I didn't even need an API to create this. That a lot of crypto exchanges just offer the information for free, and they're not giving you like free tiers with limits. Essentially, they just don't want bots to like spam the information. So there were a few things that I had to work around with that, but it was super easy compared to the challenges that I faced with the APIs for the stock market. So yeah, essentially what I'm doing are finance apps, and I feel like for the most part, beginners are better off getting into the stock market. Crypto is more volatile, more risky, but I want to do another crypto app today, and essentially this is an app that I want to do for crypto because I wanted to do it for the stock market, but from what I understand with API free tiers, it would have been impossible or like very difficult to do. And yeah, this is something of high value that I want to bring to you. So I'm going to look into, or not look into, I'm going to make an app for crypto that essentially could be used for any stock, any market, any asset. But with the free tier that I have to use, this is only going to be able for me to build right now with crypto. But essentially, it's like helping people learn when to buy and in that regard to how to set their stop limit. So if they're going to buy something in crypto and they want to set a stop limit or anywhere, this is going to teach them everything they need to know. And even if they wanted to use this for stocks, they could take this and they could apply it to that. And maybe I would build the tools in the future so that they're for stocks or crypto, but I'm still learning, and the learning process has got me pretty much doing like either one or the other for now. And when I make things better in the future, it would make a lot of sense just to find a way to make all these tools for both. Even though like a lot of these tools are like for technical indicators, like things like that, it doesn't really matter what you apply it to. A chart is a chart, whether it's stocks or crypto, or gold or silver or oil or whatever you're looking at buying. So essentially, yeah, here's the super simple app I made yesterday, the Breakout Buddy. And essentially what it does is you got to click enable notifications. Well, you don't have to, but you can. Like if you want to have this going in the background, that's what's different from every other app I built, is this one can run in the background and send you a notification essentially when breakout happens. So set so it scans every 15 minutes, but you can also do an automatic scan, and what it will tell you is either something's consolidating, which means like the price is just going sideways, like it's not moving, but the volume is building up, so people are starting to accumulate, which means it's probably ready to start breaking out to the upside. And then there's another alert for when something actually breaks out. So, you know, I wired these with like the certain like parameters and math, and I'm sure like over time, if people use this, I could make it even tighter and make it better as far as like, you know, being better at finding the right breakouts and finding the right things that are consolidating. But for right now, all you really got to do is just like put it on your computer and leave it in the background, and it'll go off and it'll alert you when something's breaking out so that you can get to it right away. Because in crypto, things move a lot faster usually than in the stock market. So this app definitely makes more sense for crypto than for the stock market. In the stock market, usually you would have more time to act before something is starting to break out to the point where it's going to be too late and too risky to buy, and you'd essentially be FOMOing in. So yeah, this provides, I feel like, a lot of value, and I think that's about it. Like it's a simple tool, but it does a lot of complicated things. So going on to the new project for today is going to be what I was talking about for helping people set stop limits. And I'm going to start by doing the research. And I'm going to use, usually I was doing just Gemini for the research, but I've come to realize that Perplexity is better for like looking over the internet for certain things. So I'm going to use Perplexity to find the pain points for this project. I would like to make an app for cryptocurrencies to where you can essentially find the best place to put your stop loss or stop limit order if you are making a buy. And the first thing I want to do is for you to search the internet and find what people's, especially beginners investors or people who are new to investing, what are their major pain points in regards to setting stop limits and learning how to set stop limits, not just for crypto, but for, you know, stocks, any kind of investment. Okay, that's a great idea. Many new traders struggle badly with stop losses, both in crypto and stocks. Here's the main pain points beginners consistently run into when trying to set stop loss or stop limit orders. Mixing up order types. Many don't clearly understand the difference between market limit stop loss and stop limit, so they're unsure which one to use to protect themselves to enter a trade. So yeah, that's something that like I don't even think about because I've been doing this for so many years. But now that I hear that, it does remind me of a time when essentially I had to like figure out what the difference was between those. So not knowing what a stop actually does, beginners often think a stop guarantees an exact price rather than triggering an order that tries to execute around that level, which leads to surprise slippage and fast moves. So yeah, that's another thing. That's kind of like different from what I'm trying to teach, but that is something that a lot of people, especially in crypto, essentially like the less liquidity there is, the more likely that your order is not going to go off at the exact place that you put it. And then you got confusing stop price with limit price. So with stop limit orders, new users don't grasp why there's two prices, trigger versus execution, and set them too close together so the order never fills in a big move. Okay, so yeah, basically, another thing is like where to put the stop. That's like the main thing. That's the main thing that I want to do with this. And yeah, hey, how's it going in the comments? Um, yeah, definitely add you in the Discord. Yeah, it's awesome to see you here. Respect every day, every time. So yeah, where to place the stop. Picking random distances, new traders often choose 5% below or a round number with no relation to volatility, support and resistance, or account risk. So that's like, I think this is the main problem is where to place the stop. Um, it's either too tight or too wide usually when people place it. Usually like people place it too tight and then they get hit and then like the price ends up going up, or too low and then the price goes down and they lose way too much that they don't need to with too loose of a stop limit, and not using market structure. So yeah, that's the main thing is like it's gonna automatically like show them where to put the stop limit, but it's also going to explain to them like why it's doing that there so they can understand that so they would know, what they can essentially learn from this tool and like implement it on their own and they're not reliant on the tool. You got risk and position sizing. That's another thing that this is gonna help with. Beginners often don't have a rule like, only risk 1 to 2% of account per trade. So they size positions first and then put on a stop, leading to inconsistent risk. Not connecting stop distance to position size, they don't realize that a wider stop means they must reduce position size to keep risk constant, which makes proper stop placement feel impossible. Over leveraging with tight stops in derivatives and leverage crypto, they use huge leverage and very tight stops. And yeah, that's definitely like an expert move, and even that's like super risky for experts, getting liquidated or stopped out constantly by normal volatility. And then there's platform and UI friction, interface complexity. Every exchange broker labels things a bit differently. Just how they like explain like and how to use stop limits. So yeah, that's not something I think I can really do with this app. Um, because each place has it differently, and I don't want to go and make like a whole. That would be like a whole separate project of like explaining like a log for each different exchange and how their stop losses work. But yeah, that would be like something different from this, or something that would be like an add-on to this, maybe. Psychological and behavioral issues, moving or removing stops. New traders frequently widen or cancel stops. I remember doing that when I was new because they don't want to take a loss. Um, or else as soon as something just starts going up, then they'll like move their stop up to break even and then get stopped out when they should have just left it for longer. So knowing when to for the most part where to keep your stop. Anchoring the entry price. The place stops to close because they can't accept being wrong by much. I don't understand that. Strategy, alignment, and adaptation. One size fits all stops. Beginners often use the same fixed percentage stop. Yes, that is a huge problem. I see that people are instructed to do like always set your stop for like 1% or 2%. But that is there's like a lot better strategy to use than that, and that's what I'm gonna do with this app. So um, what they suggest for the app: visual stop suggestions, show suggested stop zones on a chart, um, like conservative, balanced, and aggressive. That's a good way to put it. Instead of just having one, maybe do like three. Risk aware sizing helper, let users input account size and percent risk, then compute both position size and recommended stop distances automatically. Plain language explanations for any suggestion. explain in one sentence, we choose this because it's below support. Just essentially explain why the stop is in each place. Um, they're saying do a crypto mode and a stock mode. It's the same logic, but turn to volatility regimes. Yeah, so it's the same logic, so it doesn't really matter. And I'm doing crypto because the information I can get. Oh, yo, what's up, man? Hope you're doing good. Doing the planning for the next app right now. And this is an app I wanted to do before, but with stocks with the API, it wasn't really possible for the free tier. But now that I understand what's possible with the crypto apps, I can create this app. So I think this is going to be a really good one for beginner investors to help them save a lot of money and make a lot of money too. So yeah, I just went over the major pain points, and I'm going to write down the main one. Actually, kind of like two. So where to place the stop and risk and position sizing. Okay. All right. So the solution to where to place a stop and risk and position sizing would be to essentially have different levels. Um, let's see how they explain it on Perplexity. And I like Perplexity is giving me like a lot more detail in the pain points than Gemini is. But it's also like adding extra stuff that's kind of not necessary. I think Gemini was more like straight to the point. But Perplexity is getting a fresher look at the internet from what I understand. So that's why I'm using that for this phase. And let's see. Visual stop suggestions and risk aware sizing helper. All right, now so I added the next step, and that is basically getting the vision. I used to just be like straight going to like planning right now, but now I realize like it's important to get the vision down, and then after that, when I have the vision down, then I can do the name and then the plan mode. So essentially, yeah, I got the vision down right now. Um, like after all, like I pretty much had like 90% of it just by like having the idea. And now by going over these pain points, I feel like the vision's like pretty much at like, 98%. Maybe like a few things would come up that I wouldn't understand right now. But I'm going to go into finding a name. All right, so the app for today, I want to do essentially a crypto app. And it's going to help people show where to put their stop loss or stop limit orders. And the main pain point it's going to solve is for people to know where to put their stop limit and for risk sizing. And the solution to those pain points are having visual stop suggestions and having a risk sizing helper. So, what I want you to do is help me create a name for this app. I want something that's catchy, and I want something that someone can see the name and they will instantly understand what the app does. the stop surgeon, the target tight, risk armor, safety net, capital shield, loss lock, sizing sensei, trade tier, risk ruler, buffer bot, stop sensei sounds good, but I feel like a lot of people don't know what sensei means. I'm gonna ask for, give me 20 new name ideas that have either the word stop or stop loss in the name, and also have the same guidelines that I just gave you in the last prompt. Stop shield, stop loss guard, stop safety, stop loss sentry, stop fortress, stop sniper, stop loss scout. That was good. Stop logic, stop point pro, stop loss scale, stop loss sprint, stop loss sync, stop loss scholar. Yeah, stop loss scholar. That would be it. I'm gonna go with stop loss scholar. Now give me 10 examples of subtitles that would essentially like explain more about what the app does. Learn exactly where to draw the line. That's a good first one. Data-backed exit strategies for new traders. No. Visual stop suggestions meet automatic risk sizing. Professional risk management for everyday traders. Smart stop loss. That one's too hard to say. I'm not even going to say that one. Real-time stop loss mapping for any crypto pair. The ultimate co-pilot for your trade entries. I like learn exactly where to draw the line. That one's the best one for sure. All right, I'm going to go with learn exactly where to draw the line. And what I want you to do is to just help me make sure I got the vision 100%. Essentially, what I want to do is have at least one suggestion on where to put a stop loss. And this is going to be for crypto. So it should essentially be that you could look up any ticker and it would show the, essentially the crypto coin behind it and the current price. And then it would instruct people on where to, is the best place to put the stop limit based on the chart. So it would essentially be looking at the chart as a candlestick chart, and it would be looking at, the current level the price is at, and then essentially like the lowest, like wick level, the lowest level the price was at that same kind of level. And I'm sure I would have to like explain that better to Claude Code plan mode when I make it, but I understand in my brain like what I want it to do. So essentially I'm just telling you like, the basics of what it's going to do. And then I also want to, help people understand like what they would be risking. So it should show like at least one stop loss level. I'm thinking it'd be better to do three, like one that's like, risky, and then one in the middle, and then one that's like kind of loose, and explain like the percentage of loss for each one. And then possibly even a person could type in how much they want to risk, and then it would tell them like how much they would need to buy in to risk that amount. And I could also do like, some kind of education that explains like, the difference between like stop limit and stop loss and the way different exchanges label it, and like how to, know to set a stop limit that or stop loss that is going to avoid any kind of slippage and explain slippage and like how that works. And I also want to have in the explanation of like, trading strategy in regards to, only risking 1 to 2% of your portfolio. So this is really like an app for beginners learning how to place stop limits or stop loss at the right place, and they can understand really like how to like put it in the best place and like the risk that they should be taking, like taking the right amount of risk. And this is mainly gonna, I guess be for beginners. I already said that. So based on what I'm telling you so far, give me kind of like an outline of what I said, and then give me any kind of like examples that you have that might help this, and also a list of pros and cons of this plan. Saying like I'm moving from here's an indicator to here's a risk management workflow. And yeah, I couldn't do this before with the free APIs with the stock market. So essentially, a safety first crypto playground that visualizes risk and automates the math of position sizing. The interactive risk stack, the aggressive stop tight placed right at the lowest wick of the last 3 to 5 candles, the standard stop moderate placed below the swing zone of the current trend, and the sleepy sound stop loose placed below major psychological support or 3 times ATR. And for the most point, they're right about like how to calculate where to place these, but I have like a more detailed, like a better kind of explanation when I actually make it. So then you got the risk calculator engine, a sidebar where the user inputs their account balance and risk tolerance. That's not how I want to set it up. So um what I don't want them to put their account balance. I just want them to put like how much they want to risk, like what they're willing to like risk to lose. The scholar knowledge base, the education slippage crash course, and exchange translator. Um, okay, yeah, that's right. So, pro tips: we got the ghost entry. Let the user click anywhere on the chart to set a potential entry. No, it's gonna be like live, like where the price is. Like I want it to be so people could use it as an actual tool to buy something like instantly live. Like with the stock market stuff, I had to like kind of work in the past by like at least like 15 minutes, but this I can do live. Okay. Color language, use traffic light colors, red for the stop, yellow for entry. The number or 1% rule enforcer, have a toggle that literally hides the buy recommendation if the stop is so wide they'd have to risk more than 2% of their bankroll. Um, no, it should just say like what the percentages of the stops are on it, and the people can decide how much they want to risk themselves. Okay. All right, so the main things I saw that you got wrong in regards to my vision about this plan. First is for the risk calculator. I do not want it where the person puts in, like what their account balance is. I just want the person to put in how much they're willing to risk on the trade, and then it would tell them how much to make the trade in order to risk that amount for whatever stop limit that they choose. And then when we go to the ghost entry, I don't want it to be so a user clicks anywhere on the chart to set a potential entry. From what I understand, for the information I can get for crypto, I could make this live so it could show the exact price and time when they look at it, and then it could tell them like where's the best place to put their stop limit based on like the current live price of the time. So also the 1% rule enforcer, essentially like, I don't need that because each line should indicate like what the percentage it is below the current price at the current time, and then the people can decide for themselves how much they want to risk. So based on all this, do you think that this is something that I could create with like the same Binance link that I used to make the app yesterday? Absolutely. You can 100% build this using the same Binance WebSocket connection you used yesterday. The Vision is actually easier to build technically because we aren't storing user account balances or managing private API keys. We're just doing live math in a public data stream. The technical vibe plan. Since you want this to be live and based on drawing the line at current prices, here's how the architecture looks for Stop Loss Scholar. There's a live wick engine, like the data for that. I'm gonna explain that better to, like, it's saying it's pretty much right, but I'm just gonna explain that better to the plan mode for Claude Code when I'm there. You got the live wick engine, the risk sizer, and just the fact that the entry is the current market price. All right. Okay. Senior engineer strategy for Claude Code. Ask it to create a live position sizer component that takes a risk amount and a stop price and returns the position size in both USD and coin units. Write a wick finder function that scans the last 20 elements of the client array to find the safe zone for a stop loss. I don't know what the client array is, but I know what arrays are now as of a couple days ago, so I kind of understand what they're saying. So Gemini's like, would you like me to draft the exact slippage and stop limit education text? Nope, I'm gonna have Claude figure all that out. Okay, so now I've essentially got I'm gonna have it make a better outline that I can use to reference. All right, create a detailed outline for my vision. Essentially, like show all the main features that I want to build, like that there should be 3 different stop loss levels, and that um, there's the risk manager function and the education part, etc. So we got the core engine, Binance WebSocket, it's a good thing to consider is like what the time frame should be for these charts. I think for putting in a stop loss, it should probably be like for beginners, it should probably be hourly. I was thinking like because I usually do like 5-minute chart for that, but yeah, this should be for beginners. So the risk manager dashboard, the Scholar educational suite, and technical implementation, Binance lightweight socket, lightweight charts for the charting, and Zoo stand or React context. to pipe the live price into the risk formulas. All right, yeah, the vision is down. Copper set. No need to worry or fret because everything is how it's supposed to be as far as I can see. So, time to go into the plan mode and start Claude Code and get this moving. I am cruising today so far. Okay, I got basically the blueprint that I can like go back on the side and like kind of check throughout the project just to make sure everything's on point, everything's like according to plan. And now I can pull up VS Code and I'm going to start by making the folder. So I got a new folder in the dev app folder and it's called Stop Loss Scout. Now that that folder is made, what I'm going to do is copy and paste the Claude MD file in it, which is essentially like the style guide, the tone, like design, stuff like that. And this is basically like the main reason I'm doing this is so that all these different apps, you know, have the same style and line up together. Okay, so now I can take this folder. I'm going to switch over on the live to the, I already got the code up. Awesome. So, I'll get the VS Code, everything set up, put the folder in. We go, and see, first I'm going to open that terminal for the one Claude Code. And I got this weird thing going on ever since I ever since I started doing 3 windows. Like now as soon as I start Claude Code, I have 3 new VS Code windows that pop up and I have to close each time, and I have no idea why it's doing that. I can't figure it out. It's like super easy to fix, but it's like I'm guessing it's going to get annoying over time. So if anybody knows what's going on, like how to stop it from doing that, I would appreciate to know how to stop that weird bug that VS Code has each time I start it up, is opening those extra windows, or each time I start up Claude Code. Alright, so I'm going to get rid of this port window. I'm going to make this smaller that way, bigger this way. And then I got chat with the Claude Code and the codecs. So here, essentially the Claude Code is for the plan mode here, and the codecs is for the auditing for like security and bugs and everything like that. So I'm going to be starting in plan mode, and I'm just going to reference my vision. So I would have put the subtitle. I just got to go find the subtitle real quick. Learn exactly where to draw the line. Okay. All right. Guess I don't need that open so much yet. There we go. Feel like I did that quicker than yesterday. Day 2 of the new setup. Yeah, I really like this new workflow. It's taking me a little bit longer to adjust to it, but I can tell for many reasons that it's like more superior professional workflow with using the 3 windows than just using one window of Claude Code like I was doing before and switching between plan mode and build mode. So I'm gonna get started with plan mode. Shift tab. There we go, plan mode. All right. All right, so here we go. I want to create an app that is called Stop Loss Scholar, and the subtitle for the name is Learn Exactly Where to Draw the Line. Oh, I forgot if I click on something else. I have to restart it. The dictation part. And the subtitle for the name is Learn Exactly Where to Draw the Line. So essentially, this app is going to help beginner investors learn where to put their stop limit. And this is going to be for crypto. So what we're going to do is use the same Binance WebSocket link that I used yesterday so that it can show the current price, and it's going to set the stop limit based on the current price of whatever crypto they search. So there should be a ticker box at the top where a user can type in whether it's Bitcoin, Ethereum, or any other crypto coin that they want to search for. And then below that, a chart should pop up. And essentially, the chart that I want to use is let's see. The lightweight charts, and it should be candlestick chart. I'm thinking for beginners, what would make the most sense is 1 hour time frame. But if you have a better suggestion, let me know. Also, for state management, I was advised to use ZooStand or React Content. And this would be to pipe the live price into the risk formulas. So the main pain points that I want to solve are that people have trouble knowing where to place their stop limit and how to understand and implement the correct risk sizing. And the solution would be to have visual stop loss suggestions. I'm thinking 3 different stop loss suggestions for each current price where they would automatically appear on the chart based on essentially what I'm thinking. Like one of them be like super tight, one of them be like, kind of the average place where someone would put a stop loss, and then one can be like a relatively loose stopwatch level. So I will give you more information on where to place those levels, but I think for right now I'll just go on whatever your suggestion is, and then when I check it out on the live app, I will vibe code it to adjust it to make it how I want it, because I'm not sure that like I'm going to be able to accurately explain that to you now. So for that part, we'll just kind of like in plan mode, we can kind of like go over that in a little more detail, and then I'll just vibe code it later to make it exactly specific if it doesn't turn out the way that I'm thinking. So the next thing would be for a risk manager dashboard. And essentially what I want to do is so that a person can put how much they're willing to lose if the trade fails, and then they'll put in their price at the amount they're willing to risk, and then it will tell them essentially how much they should buy in for to risk that amount based on each level. And the levels should also list the percentage that they are below the current price. And I want to do on the bottom like an education component that helps people understand things like, what stop limits and stop losses are, and how there's different language that people can get confused. Also about slippage, like how liquidity affects the possibility that their order won't get triggered at the exact place that they put it. And then I'll take your suggestions on anything else to put in for the education part. One more thing I wanted to add for the education part is that I want to add information in regards to risk sizing based on account sizing. Essentially, like how people shouldn't risk more than 1 or 2% of their account for any trade, and like the reasoning behind that. So I guess that's like the majority of what I have for my vision for this app. So now ask me any questions that you feel would help you understand this better so that you can create a plan MD file. And I want you to create the plan MD file, and then let me know after you create that and stop before you actually start building the app. Yeah, remember to put in that part today about actually creating the plan MD file, and then actually stopping before they actually start like creating the app so that I can do it in the terminal. And the terminal will just go off of the plan MD file. All right. So I would say I just noticed the comments. I would say things are going good. Definitely super excited, like more excited every day to get back to vibe coding. The plan for today, I just pretty much laid it out. So we're gonna do a stop loss, stop limit, helper for people. This is more for like trading. You could do it for investing too. This is gonna be with crypto, but you could apply it to whether it's like crypto or stocks or anything essentially. This I feel like has so much value. This is one of the most difficult things I think for beginners to understand is like where to place the stop loss, and one of the most important things for really the first rule of investing and trading is before you focus on making money, to focus on not losing money. So this isn't really going to help you on where to buy. This is going to show you, the current price, and stop losses based on that current price. So it's still going to be up to the user to understand like where to buy, but if they decide like this is where they want to buy, and then they pull up the chart, it's going to show them the best place to put their stop loss if they're going to put stop loss. So some people like beginners might just be buying like spots, so they're not going to use a stop loss. But I think that by beginners like learning this, it will teach them a ton, especially for crypto. Like, um, if you're looking to trade crypto and there's crypto's 24/7 market and it moves a ton, it's like way more opportunities than trading the stock market. Then having good stop limit understanding and knowledge and knowing where to put those is going to not only save you a ton of money, but it's going to help you make so much money because you can get in and out of so many trades in crypto instead of like just buying and holding like most people do. I mean, it's going to take more work and more time invested, but essentially like you've seen people showing their like, multi-million dollar crypto trades and stuff like that and what's possible. And anybody can do this. This doesn't take any kind of like degree or education other than like self-education and just learning as you go. So here we go, getting ready for them to ask me some questions, and then I can get the plan created. So yeah, essentially I was saying before with this new setup where I have 3 windows. So right here is the plan mode in the chat window for Claude Code, and then I got codecs that I can switch over for the codecs for the auditing, and the terminal right here with Claude is for building. And the reason I have it set up like this with these 3 different windows is that I'm doing the plan mode first, and then it'll create a plan MD. And once that plan MD is created, I'm having Claude Code execute that plan one step at a time. And then I can go back to plan mode for, any kind of like research or help that I need during the build. And after each step is done in the terminal for Claude Code, I will go to Codex and do an audit. And depending on what they find, I'm still learning a lot with this, is like when do I have Codex make the fix and when do I have Claude Code in the terminal make the fix. And essentially the reason I'm doing it like this is because the plan mode takes up a lot of context. And what I found with context is it's super important because so it'll go to like, it'll tell you what percent it's at, and once it hits 100%, it'll automatically compact the conversation and then kind of like start over. And what it's doing is like it's remembering everything up to that 100%. And once it compacts it, it basically like summarizes it from what I understand. So it's not going to have the detail to remember every single detail before that. So usually what happens is the more it remembers, the more it has to remember. As you get longer and like start like compacting more and more, it's going to lose more context, be more likely to hallucinate, be more likely to cause bugs, and it's going to cost more tokens and take longer because it just has to remember so much more. So by splitting up these windows, this like plan mode that takes a lot of context will be its own window, and the terminal is faster for the build and it takes up way less context. I was so surprised yesterday to find for the first time I did a whole build without having to compact the conversation one time, and my context was still for the build terminal at like 30%. So from what I understand, when it reaches about 60 to 70%, that's where it starts to, have to remember so much that it's more likely to make errors and bugs and everything like that. So essentially with this setup, the main thing that I was keeping in mind when I made this setup was for keeping the context down, to reduce errors, to have more accurate code, to have it done faster. Although just the like learning phase of like implementing this new setup is taking a little bit longer because I'm just, learning the new flow and getting used to the new flow. And I'm sure once I get used to this, I will be researching in how to add more windows. Hmm. So, thoughts on OpenClaw? That is actually an awesome question because I was just doing some research on OpenClaw today. And essentially, what prompted me to do that research was I learned about a entrepreneur who created this entrepreneur created essentially a business team where he trained his Claudebot to be a CEO, and then he trained other Claudebots to be the employees. And what he just basically gave it some kind of loose instructions to create a business. So what it created first was like a $30 PDF that taught people how to make AI employees. And then he created, or the Claudebot created a marketplace where people could go and like pay like $100 to get the programming to make the exact same like CEO, Claudebot, agent, employee, whatever you want to call it, he had. And he had already made like, I think like close to 100K with that. And most of it, I think, came from he already had like a massive following on social media. So it was like super easy for him to market that because like anybody could do that. But if they can't get the marketing coming in, it's going to be hard to generate that much. But essentially, like, I was like, that sounds cool. But I'd already looked into OpenClaw. So the main thing that prevented me from getting it right away was understanding the security risks. You don't want to just like put it on your, your main computer because like, it could get your like sensitive information like bank information, could even just like delete everything. There's so much it could do. It's still like the wild west of this stuff essentially. So for that alone, like I'm like, okay, I'd either have to get a Mac Mini, which is the main thing people seem to be using, or have it run on the cloud. So right there, that's like an extra step. Then I looked into it more, and from what I found is that um, essentially, wondering why it's using these stock. That's weird. Anyways, I'll figure it out later. So essentially, the OpenClaw is way less customizable compared to actually like creating something with Claude Code. But to create something on the level of like what I would want to do with like setting up a business and employees, I would have to be pretty good at Claude Code, which I'm starting to get there. So I'm just like, certain things I feel like I could already do, but feel like I need to get my skills up more before I can build the stuff I want to build. But essentially, yeah, it's like, it should be cheaper because you're not having to pay for like the subscription for the okay, I'll finish what I was saying before I start with these questions. So you won't have to pay for the Mac Mini. It can be on your actual computer with everything else. It doesn't have to be separate. But mainly it's like how customizable is it? And with the OpenClaw, it's not that customizable. Like it's pretty much like you tell it to do and then it decides how to do it, and you can like, help it get smarter and things like that, but you're really limited from what I understand for how much you can customize it, and I want to make these tools as customizable as possible. So just the customization part is the main reason I don't want to use OpenClaw or ClaudeBot or whatever it's going to be called. They keep Moltbot, I think, is another one. They keep changing the names. But yeah, I think a lot of it too is really hyped up. I think it just kind of went viral on social media, and a lot of people were posting so much content of it just because it was viral and everyone else was trying to like get more views. But from what it can do, um, like a lot of it is really just stuff you can do with LLMs. And of course, it's like way better than LLMs in some ways, but I can't think of one use case to where, and if you can think of something, let me know, to where it would be better to use OpenClaw than to vibe code, what you want to do instead of having OpenClaw do it for you. Of course, it's going to take longer, and you've got to have the skills to do it with the vibe coding part. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what I think. And yeah, I'd like to hear what you think. Like, what are your opinions, especially based on what I'm saying? Have you tried it before? What use case would you be thinking of trying it for? Yeah, just stuff like that. All right. Here's the real questions right here. Starting with data source. Mentioned using the same finance WebSocket from yesterday, but you found no WebSocket connections in any of the 23 finance apps. Okay. So yeah, maybe I said the name of what it was wrong. They're all REST APIs, Binance REST, Tingo 12 data. Which data source did I mean? The Binance WebSocket. That's what I said, but for whatever reason, it got confused. See, I'm just confirming that I wanted Binance WebSocket, and they're saying that's for real-time prices, no API key needed. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted. Which framework do I want to use for this app? Um, let's say I'm not sure. I'm going to ask Gemini about the difference. So, plan mode in Claude Code is asking me which framework do I want to use for this app. There's either Next.js, which they recommend, or Vite plus React. I used Vite plus React the first time yesterday for an app that scans for crypto that's breaking out. But essentially, this plan mode is recommending that I use Next.js because that's what I'm using for the majority of the finance apps that I've created. And essentially, I'm wondering what you think on this decision. Yeah, so Binance talking about I got 23 finance apps, and I'm talking about I thought I was on day 21, so I don't know, maybe their count is off, but I'm gonna have to double check that. Maybe I just like labeled my days wrong. I don't know. They got me thinking about random stuff. Okay. Um, choice isn't about the tech, it's about the velocity versus scalability. Here's the breakdown of why Claude is suggesting Next.js and why I might want to stick with Vite. So essentially, Vite is what I used yesterday, and Next.js is what I used every other time, I believe. So Vite is faster. It's just a front end. Vite is client side only, good for WebSockets. Next.js it has server side plus client side, better for APIs. SEO is poor with Vite, not great for Google search. It's excellent for Next.js. Complexity is low, very vibe friendly. Next.js has more rules to follow. Deployment is static. Vercel or Netlify, and Next.js is optimized for Vercel. And that really doesn't help me too much, I guess. Like the main thing I think that I didn't understand before was the speed part. Um, so based on the previous 20 apps, it's better to stay consistent. Next.js is the industry standard for 2026 because it handles server components. Um, However, for a live crypto app like Stop Loss Scholar, Next.js can actually be overkill since you're using a WebSocket which runs entirely in the user's browser. You don't actually need the server feature of Next.js. So choose Byte if I want to move at maximum speed. I want to copy and paste the WebSocket logic from yesterday's app. No, I don't need to do that. And I don't care about SEO. Choose Next.js if I want this to be a permanent part of the portfolio that feels like a professional SaaS. That's the main thing right there. That's what I want. And I plan on adding a database later. That's very likely, and I want to use the latest app router features that Claude is most familiar with. Yeah, Next.js. That's it right there. And that was probably like overkill, but it helped me like now I understand that for the future because I just learned about Vite yesterday and I didn't really look into essentially what it does. So now I have a much better understanding. So for state management to pipeline prices into the formulas, Zoostan, that's what I told it to do. Okay, so here we go. I'm guessing what it's doing now is creating the plan MD and the plan. So essentially what I got to do is just actually hopefully it should just create the plan and then ask me like do I want to change anything and then create the plan MD, but it's not that big of a deal. I find myself when I'm like learning new things and I'm like trying to understand stuff, I'm like maybe being a little bit too careful and I should just like not worry about certain things, but at the same time it helps me to understand what I'm doing and understand what's going on. So maybe some of it is like overkill, like I don't really need to like know that much about it. But yeah, I feel better just knowing that I'm being more careful and trying to understand everything that I'm doing step by step. And I know it definitely helps me like if I were just like blindly clicking this stuff and going with every recommendation they had, I would not understand as much as I understood right now, and probably would run into more bugs and have more trouble fixing them and not being able to stop the LLMs from sending me in loops that they sound super confident that they know the answer to fix something when they don't. So essentially, this time too, it was talking about they scanned all my apps in the folder for the 30 apps, and they were telling me like, since you used this before and all your other apps, and I don't remember it ever, even when I just give it one folder, that has taken the initiative to go through all the other apps in that folder and look through them without me like telling it to do that. So the first thing I did when I installed Codex, just to like make sure it was working, was I put in instead of like an individual project or app folder, I put in the folder that had all my apps, and I told it to go and do an audit on all the apps and essentially find out like if there was any problems. And I found like some small problems across maybe like 5 or 6 apps, and then it found like one bigger problem in one app that was able to have it fixed super easy. Yeah, gotta have the ginger and the turmeric in the tea. So yeah, definitely I noticed building with this Claude Code window. It was doing multiple steps at a time, but it took longer to do each step than doing it through the terminal. And like I was saying before, it ran out more context. But for this planning, um, this is way better. Like I was doing the entire plan mode stuff basically on LLMs like Gemini, and this is way better. Mainly because it's going to create that plan MD file, and I tried creating plan MD file in the past with Gemini, and it just was not nearly as good as the one Claude Code creates. And that plan MD file is going to be what the terminal is using to create everything. So essentially, when I do get to like more complicated projects, I can see when I get to like 60 to 70% of context in the terminal, and whenever it's like done with whatever that step is of the plan, then I'll just like automatically compact the conversation and start it up fresh on the next step. But like for right now, I couldn't believe it when I saw that I only used 30% context in that terminal window yesterday and built the whole thing. I'm used to like building something like that and having at least like two or three auto compacts. So it looks like it is now writing the plan file. Even though it took a while, sure what it's creating is going to make me smile at the end. So just trying to talk to Claude Code like it's my friend. Even though sometimes I get frustrated sometimes with these LLMs. Like I was getting frustrated with Gemini, and it was like I can hear the frustration in your voice, and I was like, "Whoa! I did not know you could pick up like things like that off a tone and stuff." Like I was like dictating, or I was talking straight into the window, but yeah, this AI is getting so much smarter. But that's a good thing because I feel like I was like having this idea. It was like kind of my idea, kind of just by doing research, but essentially like think if people could use AI to pick up more nuances on like like how there's like AI glasses. Like think if you could have a program in your AI glasses that you could pick up on nuances like people's like emotional states and people's like tone. So like if you're talking to someone like, it can tell you like, okay, this person seems frustrated about what you're saying because a lot of people don't pick up on stuff like that. And that can lead to a lot of like, warring between people and conflicts and stuff like that. So what if people had tools that they could like, be more aware of people's like state of like tone and state of mind, could read just like simple things like facial expressions and help people to like know when they're like not in alignment, and when people are getting frustrated, when people are like, just done with the conversation, like all these things that a lot of people are not able to pick up enough on like subtle things. But yeah, that would be like a super like difficult thing to create, but I'm sure it's possible. Okay. I think I might need to stop it, and told it to stop and create the plan before. Okay, here we go. Okay, it looks like right now you're already starting to create this app. What I wanted you to do was to just go ahead and create a plan, and then I will make sure the plan is right. And once I think the plan is right, I want you to create a plan MD file. And I do not want you to start actually building the project in this window. So if that's what you started doing, please stop and show me the plan. I already wrote the plan file, but it didn't show it to me. Come on, at least you gotta show me the plan, right? Oh, here it is. And it showed me the plan, but then it just automatically started building it. Okay. Did not create the plan MD either. So I'm just reading through essentially the plan. That was like a quick summary at the bottom. About to sit down. Okay, yeah, everything looks good. I want to tell it to create the plan MD. And then I'm gonna take a note to make sure that I like add something into the Claude MD file so that it knows in the future to create the plan, then create the plan MD file, and then stop. Okay, all right, I agree with the plan. So if you have everything you need to create the plan MD file, go ahead and do that. And let me know after you create that, but do not start creating the project. All right, some notes to take. Yeah. Plan MD file is already created, so then why do I not see it in the Why do I not see it in the file explorer? All right, I see the sprint rules MD in the file list, which is essentially the Claude MD file, but I do not see the plan MD. Shouldn't it be in the actual um, list of files in this folder? Yeah, it said it put it in like some random folder maybe that it just created. Imperative greeting candy MD? Like what? Why would it do that? I was right. The plan file is currently stored in Claude's internal plans directly, not in the project folder. Let me put it where you'd expect it. Yeah, I don't know why I did that. I'm gonna ask Gemini. So I had Claude Code in plan mode create the planmd file, and it told me it created the file, but I didn't see it in the list of files in this folder for the project. So then I asked it and it said, "Oh yeah, I put it in this like random folder that I just created." And it said it put it in Claude's internal plans directly, not in the project folder. So I had to like tell it to put it in the project folder. Essentially, I'm thinking that this is something that I can fix by putting a rule for this in the Claude MD file. But do you have any idea why it would have done this? Not put the plan MD in the actual folder for the project I'm working on? Maybe there's a reason, but it's never done that before, so I'm just trying to understand why it's doing what it's doing right now, because the internal plans issue is actually a known quirk in the current version of Claude Code. Why did it do this? By default, Claude Code is designed to treat plans as system-level artifacts rather than project-specific files. It stores them in a hidden global directory so it can track its own internal state across different sessions without cluttering your project. The problem, as a lead architect, you actually want those plans in your repo for version control and visibility. Yeah, that's like one good reason. Um, so how to fix this? I'm exactly right. I can override this behavior by adding a permanent memory rule. Since Claude reads the Claude MD at the start of every session, this is the most effective way to force its hand. And this section to your Claude MD, they're saying like they gave me a prompt to add. Okay, so Claude's internal plans are meant to be a temporary scratch pad, but for what I'm doing, having a visible plan MD in the folder is much better for the workflow. I agree. It allows me to open the plan in the code editor side by side with the logic. Yeah, so got to make sure to add that to my prompt for the Claude MD. Okay. Just weird things that change. Like my flow gets like interrupted because they do something different, but that just like teaches me more about how things work. So yeah, giving thanks for everything, even the obstacles, even like the things that slow me down, because those are the biggest learning experiences, and it helps me in the future make things better and the flow better. So nothing I can't figure out on the fly, and even if I don't know why the problem is there, I know that all I have to do is be aware and stay conscious and stay aware. So that's it. All right. So I should really be able to go into the terminal now because the plan MD file is there and just tell it get started on step one of the plan. Yes, that is right. I want you to build the stop loss scout one step at a time. Start with step 1 from the plan MD file. Oh, yeah, it didn't, okay. All right. So I think that's another thing I can add to my Claude MD file is have it just do one step at a time. Take the plan and um yeah, all right. See, it's like asking me, does it want me to allow it to read all the other 30 finance app files? And is I do not remember it asking me to like do that in the past. So, um, kind of wondering why it even thinks it would be necessary or want to do that. But yeah, I've never had it like try to go into other files before than the file that I actually put into the VS Code for the project. Um, Maybe that's something to do with the current update that it just made. Who knows? Well, yeah, we're moving now. Feel like I don't know if I even have a favorite part. I was about to say I feel like building is my favorite part, but also just because of like I like having so many ideas, I think the planning part is almost no, building's better. Building's more fun. Actually, my favorite part is like when the building is done and I can like try the app for the first time. Or when I like fix something that's like I don't understand. But yeah, I really like planning. I really like coming up with the ideas. I mean, my least favorite part of this process is probably maybe doing audits. But that's still even kind of interesting. Yeah, I really like pretty much everything about it, vibe coding. Um and even going back to like the open claw and the Claude bot, whatever people call it, essentially like the barrier to entry for that is like really low. Like all you need is like, essentially the computer to run it on and you can just like kind of tell it what to do with vibe coding. Like there's definitely you know, like a learning curve and like new people to vibe coding are not going to be able to, I do not think they're going to be able to make very complicated things. And if they do, it's probably going to be like full of errors and stuff. So vibe coding, I feel like it's really like you got to like put in the work. But after you put in the work and you get good at vibe coding, then you can make things that are way better and safer than what you can do with ClaudeBot or OpenClaw. So it's like that's kind of like a shortcut with the OpenClaw, but vibe coding is where it's at. I really like building stuff. I really like, you know, seeing the progress, and I just saw it starting to like create the file structure like one file at a time. Usually it creates the whole thing from the start. So that's another thing I want to talk to Gemini about just now that I thought of. All right, so I see that I'm creating the project in the terminal, and usually what would happen is like before I would get started creating the actual project, Claude Code would like create the entire file structure. But what it's doing now is it's like creating one file at a time while it's doing the first step of the build. I'm just wondering, like, is there any, like, you know, best practice or like professional way to do this? Do professionals usually create all the files before they even start the first step of the build? Or do they like build it file by file as they need it, like during the build? Let me know more about what you think for a professional perspective on this question. Oh, that's right. My screen is kind of covering up the terminal window, so I'm gonna move this over for right now. Or would it make more sense? Hopefully that's better. Okay, back to my question for Gemini. Um, in a professional engineering environment, the correct way actually depends on the scale of the project and the seniority of the developer. Since I'm vibe coding as a lead architect, here is the breakdown of how pros handle the file structures. The scaffolding approach, the professional standard. Most senior engineers prefer to scaffold the high level structure first. This means creating the folders and the empty core files before writing a single line of logic. That's all I needed to know. Well, I guess why would help. Why? Because architectural integrity, it forces you to think about where data flows before you get bogged down in code. Dependency management, it's easier to import a component that already exists, even if it's empty, than to stop your flow to create a new file every 5 minutes. The handshake, it allows team members or AI partners to see the map of the app immediately. All right. So step one is done. So what I'm going to do is saying the dev server is good. I'll check it out. Maybe something's there. Guess I would have had to hit run npm dev or npm run dev. But yeah, there's not that much, so I don't even see any reason to check it yet. It's like still loading, so it must be because I didn't. Yep, it's not showing anything up yet. Okay, so because I'm on a new window for Gemini, I'm going to explain to it some context of what I'm trying to do with my multi-window setup and how it can help me. Um, First, I want to ask about in the future, or no, I want to tell it the setup first. Okay. All right, so I'm on day 2 of a new setup in regards to workflow for Claude Code and Codex. I have Claude Code and Codex both open in the chat windows, and I'm doing my flow as Claude Code to do plan mode in the chat window, and then once the plan.md file is created, oh, stop listening to me. All right, so for my new workflow setup, I have 3 windows. I have Claude Code in the chat window for the planning and to create the planmd file. And then I have Claude Code in the terminal to do the build one step at a time. And then after each step, I have Codex in the chat window where I will go and have Codex do an audit to make sure everything is good. And then after that audit, it will fix anything if it finds it. And then I will start the next step back in the terminal. So now that you know this workflow, I have a few questions. The first one is in regards to creating the file structure. So essentially, I want it so that I create the plan MD and the file structure before it actually starts building. Should I have the plan mode window create the file structure after the plan MD, or should I have the terminal Claude Code window create the file structure, or does it not really matter? The main thing I'm thinking about is to conserve the context usage in the terminal window. So I'm thinking maybe that's why it's better to have the Claude Code plan mode window create the file structure before I start building the project in the terminal window. All kinds of things that I'd never thought of to even ask before. Um, yes, I should have the plan mode window create the file structure. All right. I'm going to take that down as a note for my planmd file. Yeah, when I first started building, I had no idea how I was building everything without CloudMD and PlanMD files, and I had no idea how important those are. And yeah, just trying to make my workflow more and more professional, so that when I am, I could like wait till I'm like making more like professional apps and stuff or projects, but in my mind, I feel like it's better to just do it now. Like it's way easier. One thing I learned from tennis is it's way easier to learn good habits from the start than to unlearn bad habits later. All right. All right, so the next question that I have is in regards to my flow. The main thing that I need help from you from is to help me understand better um, like the audit process and what I need to do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy and paste what was done from step 1 and I want you to read it and then create a prompt for me to give to Codex in the chat window to do the audit for step 1. Yup. So Gemini is saying I should tell Codex that it is a senior code reviewer, and basically ensuring the foundations are set correctly before start the complex math in step 2. Okay, so I'm giving it this prompt for Codex. I'm acting as a lead architect for a project called Stop Loss Scholar, a crypto risk management app. We just completed step 1, scaffolding and design system setup. Please perform a senior engineering audit of the following step 1 output. Saying like a summary of what was done in step 1, and then the audit requirements are Tailwind version 4 check, ensure the CSS configuration is correct for version 4, which uses CSS variables instead of a config file. Performance check, verify the inter, font, and global styles won't cause layout shift CLS. Accessibility check, confirm the BG Slate 950 background has sufficient contrast for the Scholar branding. Next.js structure, confirm the SRC directory follows best practices for app router projects. Output, provide a pass or fail for each item. If you find a fail or a warning, provide the exact code fix for me to give to the terminal window. Okay. So first prompt for Codex. Oh, it looks like I have to set up what? Yeah, I had to set up this like agent sandbox in Codex. Must just be some like update they needed. And it erased everything I had in the Claude Code plan mode by doing that update, but at least it did not erase what's going on in the terminal, and it did not erase my files, most importantly the plan MD. So yeah, that's not that big of a deal. Claude Code already finished the plan mode. I can go back into it for if I have questions along the way. But the main thing I think I took from this is that each time I start up my new like setup with these windows, I should go check to make sure there's no updates that it wants me to do before I get started, because if it does an update like it just did, it can erase everything in these windows. Okay, so anyways, Codex, give it the prompt and hit enter. So many random things I'm learning every day. Still a ways away from where I'm gonna feel like a pro, but I know that I'm moving in the right direction and I'm moving fast, and probably could be moving a little bit faster, but I feel like I'm at my natural cruising speed, and that will slowly increase, and I don't want to go too fast and have a problem. I noticed that yesterday. I like drank like 3 cups of coffee, and that's like 2 more than I usually drink. and it had me like trying to speed through things too fast, I feel like. And I feel like I could have like prevented at least one or two errors if I just didn't drink so much caffeine. And man, caffeine is like I've like quit it for like a couple months at a time, but it's so difficult for me to quit forever. And that's like a different story. But yeah, it's just crazy. Like I learned the hard way that if you quit caffeine, you're not supposed to just like quit it cold turkey. Um, okay, I think it's done. Oh, weird. It's giving me like a thing of code that needs to be fixed, I'm guessing. But I'd rather just give a prompt to the terminal to fix it, or maybe even fix it here. But anyways, I'm gonna give this to Gemini, have it summarize it for me, and see what it thinks I should do. All right, I just got the results back from auditing step 1 in Codex. I'm going to paste them here, and essentially what I want from you is to know whether I should give a prompt to Codex to fix it or to the terminal to fix it, and then create the prompt for me. So yeah, I'm just seeing in the comments. I'm from the Midwest originally, Milwaukee, Chicago, Minneapolis. I move around a lot, and I try to spend most of my time in the mountains, either in the summer or in the winter, mainly for snowboarding, and also like to travel to surf spots, surf areas. And I don't really feel like I live anywhere anymore. I just travel based on the seasons, and this has been the worst snowboarding season for fresh snow in America in my life. For like powder snow, that's like the main thing I like to ride in. So it has given me a lot more time to get a lot of work done, which has worked perfectly for this. But yeah, I would have to say I feel like I don't live anywhere, and I feel like I would never like move somewhere with the intention that it's going to be like where I'm going to live for the rest of my life, because I know that um I just like traveling too much, and now like pretty much all of America feels like, well, not all of it, but a lot of places in America I like to go. I really like Moab too. Spend a lot of time in Moab, especially in the fall. Mountain biking in Moab is like one of my favorite things to do too. So, but yeah, so get into the audit from step 1. So we got a clean bill of health from Codex, since the only suggestion is a small specific code block for accessibility hardening. This should go to the terminal. Why the terminal? Because the terminal is your hands. Since Codex has already given you the exact code and told you where it goes, you don't need a middleman, you just need the terminal to execute the file update. The prompt for the Claude Code terminal window. Alright. Step 1 audit passed. Please perform one final hardening task for accessibility. Add the following CSS block to the bottom of src app global.css file to ensure we respect user motion preferences. Awesome. And then it was trying to add stuff like Gemini's always trying to like add stuff. This is a new window, so it doesn't know that I want it to stop and do one step at a time. But Gemini was trying to add that I had to like catch it and not add it. That once it's finished, proceed to step 2 and implement like some other things that it does not know the plan, so it doesn't know if those are part of that step, and I don't want to get it confused because I've had that problem before. So I make sure that I don't let Gemini try. I run AI. AI doesn't run I. So Gemini is always gonna like try to tell me to do things that, you know, like it has to like always try to add something that's like gonna maybe cause problems because it doesn't understand, but I'll just get better at catching it every time. All right, so here we go. Fixing the minor problem from step 1. Then I can start step 2. After I fill my water up. I'm ready for step 2. Here we go. I'm ready to start step 2. What do you? The heck? So I guess the dictation doesn't always work that good in the terminal. But that's fine because I'm essentially just telling it like, I'm either copying and pasting prompts or just telling it like to start step 1, start step 2. But yeah, this is where I need to go into understand the tools. From what I understand, there's better tools that I could use for dictation in the terminal. So I'm gonna have to look into those to get my workflow going faster. All right. Respect. Yeah, thanks for the wishing me well and all the best to you too. I hope everything you're doing works out great and it's all abundance and you know, hopefully you get a lot of value from this channel. Are you mainly interested in like the vibe coding aspect of what I'm doing here, or like the like what I'm building, like the investing tools? Like that's kind of like the main thing I want to know. But at the end of the day, yeah, hopefully everything is going good. Okay, I see what it's doing. When I was talking about before, like why is it looking in my other files? So it's talking about a reference from the app I made yesterday, and I'm guessing what it's doing is getting that reference for the for the it's not an API. It's like I don't remember what it was called, but essentially if you know what Binance is, it's like a major crypto exchange, and I don't need an API key, but it's like it links to Binance without an API key and it gets the data. So I'm guessing what it's doing is it's like looking back at like the same one I used, because I must have told it in plan mode that I'm using the same one that I used from the app yesterday. So it must be like doing that and like looking back at the file when I feel like that's totally unnecessary. All right, yeah, now we're moving. All right, did step 2 in less than a minute. Step 1 was like 3 or 4 minutes. Okay, so All right, just finished step 2. I'm going to print what I got or paste what I got here from the Claude terminal. And I want you to create a prompt for codecs. And I noticed before you were saying like for it to check for specific things, but also add that it should just do like a normal audit too. Like I'm not sure how necessary that is, but that's what I was doing in the past, just kind of like telling to do like a regular audit. So have it do what you think it should check specifically based on this step and just add like, do a regular audit, however that would make sense to word that prompt. Someone's asking me if I could share a guest pass. Max users can give friends 1 week of pro access with passes. Um, Possibly. I don't know how that works. I definitely don't want to do it like while I'm streaming. But yeah, if you want to join up in the Discord and just mention that there, I guess, and then I can look into that like while I'm not streaming. And the oh, you're on that's right, you're on Twitch, and the Discord link is in the YouTube description, but I'll go ahead and generate an invite and just put it in the chat in a second since you're on Twitch and not YouTube. This is a great update. Step 2 is the plumbing of the app. If the data types or the API service are messy, the whole app will be leaky. Adding a general audit is actually a very professional move. In the industry, we call this a holistic review. It means I want codecs to look for things that I might have missed while also checking the specific technical requirements. Okay, so here's the prompt for codecs. I'm the lead architect for Stop Loss Scholar. We just finished step 2, data services and type definitions. Please perform a comprehensive technical audit of the step 2 output. So then it says the step 2 summary of what was done and the audit requirements, specific check, decimal precision, for the prices of the, in this case, the crypto coins, specific check, error handling. Does the Binance service include timeouts and try-catch blocks for when the API is down or the user is offline? There is no API, but who knows? Maybe there will be for an LLM, if anything, that I would put in later. Specific check, type safety. Ensure the candle type correctly maps the raw Binance array response. General audit, perform a standard code quality review. Look for DRY, don't repeat yourself violations, unnecessary bloat, or naming inconsistencies. That's awesome. I'm glad I asked it to add that. Okay. So back to the codecs. And yeah, let me know, guys, if you're watching the way I have this set up right now. Like, I can easily read it on my screen. Um, the way it looks is like it's easy to read for like the sizing. But if I should be like, maximizing each screen or each window that I'm working on while I'm working on it, I could probably do that if you guys aren't seeing it right. But it looks fine to me. I'm just not sure. Okay, here we go. It's like it found more than one thing here. And I can see right here that it's not able to print the entire thing, so I'm gonna, there we go. All right. So decimal precision was a pass, error handling was a fail. And then they have the exact code correction. And like yesterday when I was doing this, it wasn't showing the exact code to replace. It was just saying what needed to be replaced. Type safe DPass, general code quality warning, dry bloat naming. Naming is consistent and code is clean overall. Minor DRY issue repeated. Okay. All right. I'm just going to paste this into Gemini. Try and just do it without a prompt this time, see if it understands automatically. The audit results from Codex are highly actionable. I have one fail for error handling and one warning for the DRY. So I should handle these structural fixes in the terminal before moving to step 3. And the strategy, I've combined both the critical fix, the fetch logic, and the optional hardening, the formatting cleanup into a single execution prompt. This saves me time and keeps the terminal context clean. All right. So basically fix the error handling, and then it shows replace the current folder for src lib services with this hardened version. See, I'm wondering if this is like too much. Like if I can like minimize the amount of like text I'm putting in. Because yesterday it was just like telling me, it wasn't put, I already said that. It wasn't putting out the code. It was just telling me like, make this change. But anyways, I'll see. I'll know at the end of the day when I finish the project and I see the context window and the context usage. If this caused a lot of extra usage. Oh, and I had to catch it because it tried to do that thing again where it told it to do more than I asked it to. So yeah, I just have to make sure that I trim that last part off of the prompt. There we go. Yes. Zero type errors. Step 3 is complete. Alright, so we're going to see, even though I'm getting 0 errors from Claude, we're going to see what Codex GPT thinks. I'm about to paste the results from step 3 that I got from Claude in the terminal. I want you to create a prompt that I can give to Codex to do a audit. Also, here and from now on, do not add in the prompt to tell Claude to start the next step. I will tell it to do that myself. Right, audit prompt. Please perform a senior engineering audit of the step 3 output. It says what it did in step 3, and then specific check, zoo stand immutability. Ensure the state is being updated immutably using a new array preference so React components re-render correctly when a price ticks. Specific check, memory leaks. Check if the client data has a max limit. If we keep adding candles without slicing the array, the app will eventually lag. And that's the main thing that it was catching yesterday, was that we don't do something that would like try to pull too much data and then get banned from what do you call it, the Binance. Specific check, stop level calculation. Verify compute stop levels as a pure function. General audit, okay. And then provide a pass or fail for each step based on the results. Going back to some abundance teachings. I think I left off, I just started with Wayne Dyer. So I'm going to go back to some of his teachings. Essentially, he talks about self-reliance and inner validation, especially in his earlier work. He taught that seeking approval from others is a trap. Your worth comes from within, not from external validation. So yeah, I know, like, yeah, so much of like when I grew up and when I came up in like the school system was all about like having to prove myself. And even as an adult, I find so many times on a daily basis where like other adults like try to like have me like prove something to them, like I need to like prove myself or something like that. And when I don't, like people like don't know what to do. And there's like a lot of freedom in that. And I think a lot of this like you know, the working culture, like 9 to 5, people have to do like all these reports, and it like makes them feel like they constantly have to prove themselves and prove their worth to the company and do all this proving all the time. But really in life, like, you shouldn't really have to prove anything. You know, that's not your job. And there's a lot of like better things you can be doing with your time and your energy. And when I started like programming myself to stop proving things to people, I started feeling a lot freer in life, and I noticed a lot more freedom. And I noticed too, other people when they like do the things, like even a lot of times it's very subtle, where they expect me to like explain myself or prove myself on things, and I just don't do it, and I just stay calm, and I just like act like it's no big deal. It like throws off their programming and it like enlightens them in a way. But yeah, that's a huge part of success. Like a lot of the biggest business leaders I know, they move in silence. Like, I'm doing this live and I'm telling people what I'm doing for the most part as I'm doing it, but for the most part, like, yeah, you don't have to prove anything. Make your moves, do it how you want, and you don't have to feel like you have to like prove anything to anybody. Starting a business, you don't have to prove anything. You don't have to tell anybody what you're planning on doing. People like start asking you questions of how is this going to work and everything like that. You don't have to prove anything. Just keep on moving. Just keep on moving in the right direction, and the steps will, unfold as they come. And there's no reason to ever have to feel like that you have to like, prove to anybody else that what you're doing is right. Because if what you're doing is right, you will feel it. You'll be in the flow. You'll be in the path of least resistance, and no one else has to really know what you're going to do next. Like that'll just happen on its own if you're in the right place. Um, so I see a comment, is the validation here based on it evaluating the logic flow, or is it also running the code to test? So I'm not 100% sure on what you're asking, but essentially validation. So what I was just talking about, you could apply it to anything in life. I just go and I try to, because this channel I try to talk about like abundance mindset and like vibe coding, because like essentially like this is like vibe coding, like I'm creating things, and you can also like vibe code your own mind to like program it to abundance. And that's one of the main things as like an entrepreneur before I became a vibe coder that I saw is that most people fail because of like they don't have the right abundance mindset. So yeah, you could apply validation to like building even like in vibe coding, because like when you're building stuff like I mean essentially yeah, like you don't have to validate anything. You can just build it and let it fail and then like learn as you go and like fix it as you go, and you don't have to know like what the next step is. You don't have to know from the start how the finished project's going to look. Oh, I hear you. You mean the fail on step 3? Did it run some tests and it failed, or did it just think through the code to figure out it'll fail? um let's see. Oh, I see. So you're reading the step 3 on the codex window. So stop level calculation purity edge cases fail. Function is pure, but current guard only checks. Fixes included. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy and paste this entire report for step 3 audit into Gemini. I'm going to have it respect. Yeah, thank you. I'm going to have it basically explain in a more simplified way what it means by that. So here we go. All right, I just got the audit report back for step 3, and essentially, what I want you to do is explain, what it came back with, and especially the parts where it failed on anything or it found any problems. Give me like a little bit more of a detailed explanation on, what the problem was, and then what I need to do to fix it, and then go ahead and create a prompt and let me know whether I should give it to Claude in the terminal or Codex. All right, the step 3 audit identified 2 critical architecture issues, one regarding performance, which is memory leaks, and one regarding data integrity, the stop calculation edge cases. So as a lead architect, it's vital to fix these silent bugs now. If we don't, the app will work fine for 10 minutes, but will eventually lag or show an error message if the Binance price blips. So I'm not sure what price blip means. I'm guessing it's where it just like loses the price for a second or something. Okay, so the memory leak problem. The issue was your update latest candle, and candle is like the price chart logic currently adds new candles to the client data array. In a live market, a new candle or update arrives every few seconds. Without a max limit, this array will grow indefinitely, consuming the user's RAM and slowing down the chart. The fix: we need to cap the array. Professionals usually keep the last 200 to 500 candles to ensure the chart has enough history but stays lightning fast. Oh, I see. So this is all about like the chart, like how long is it going to be, how much data is it going to show. So I think like the way it was originally programming it was to show like, probably the entire data that Binance would give it, which would probably be like, at least the last like 5 years or more of data. And what this is saying is you should only have 200 to 500 candles, which in this case with the hourly would be the last like 200 to 500 hours. And that makes sense because for this use case of what the app is going to do, that makes sense. You don't need 5 years of data for knowing where to set the stop limit. The pure function vulnerability, the issue, compute stop levels. The price is mathematically sound but technically fragile. If the WebSocket disconnects and the price becomes zero, null, or identified, the function will return 0 or NaN. The fix: we must add defensive guards to ensure the function always returns a safe number or a waiting state. So here's the plan. Since the audit gave me the logic but not the integration, the terminal window is best at opening and refactoring the existing zoostat state to include these guards. So here's the prompt. Step 3 audit flagged a memory leak and a logic vulnerability. Please refactor the right folder with the following fixes. Implement a candle cap, harden stop logic, immutable update verification, and then it shows like the code logic for updating the latest candle. All right. Just gonna copy and paste this into the terminal. Claude. I'll make this window a little bit bigger. So yeah, I'm seeing the comments. Some high frequency trading prices updates almost 1,000,000 times a second. Yes. Essentially, I think it fixed the problem, but I'll know like once I run the app if it's like constantly trying to update the stop limits, like because what this app is doing essentially is gonna help people understand where to put their stop loss orders. And if it's updating like, every minute or even every like couple minutes to the new price and redoing the stop loss, then that's not even necessary. All it really needs to do is like, I guess once an hour would be the minimum because I'm doing hourly candles. So when the hourly candle prints, the new one prints, then it would make sense to do it. But yeah, it's good that it caught that though. I think that's what it's doing at least. I'm getting better and better at like understanding the changes that it's making. When I first started this, it was like a different language. I was just clicking yes, like, yeah, do it, okay. And then I would wait until everything was done and then go and find the errors and kind of like vibe them and fix them as I found them after everything was created, and then do an audit at the end. But now that I'm doing step-by-step audit, it's finding so much more, and it's helping everything so much more. All 3 fixes applied, 0 type errors. Awesome. Ready for step 4? Yes. All right. I feel like it's time to stand up. So why am I using the different LLMs together instead of just one? So guess I'll just explain my workflow. Essentially, I'm using mostly the Gemini LLM. I use Perplexity LLM at the beginning to do an internet search to find the main pain points, the main problems people have as far as setting stop limits. And I got that basically knowing where to place the stop limit and the risk size that they should take are the main two things that they're confused about. So then I went into Gemini LLM, and I like Gemini LLM because I just vibe with it better, flow with it better, and I feel like their dictation feature is better on Gemini. I think I like Gemini first, then Claude is like a very close second, and then maybe Perplexity, and then GPT. Um, so basically, yeah, Gemini just more with like the way my brain is wired. Gemini seems to like be a better flow for me. So essentially, what I'm doing is I've got in the VS Code, I've got my flow is to have the Claude Code and Codex in the see, I can switch between the two in the chat window. and then in the chat window, I start with like after I get the vision on the LLM on Gemini and Perplexity, and I like make sure like I have the vision down of what I want, and I have it create kind of like an outline of what the main features are that I like put on a document that I can go reference. Then I go to Claude Code in plan mode, and I essentially like explain to it my vision, have it ask me some questions, and then it creates the plan MD file. Once the plan MD file is created, then I go into Claude in the terminal and I tell it to like start step one from the plan MD. It finishes step one, then I go to Codex and I do the audit, and then I fix any problems from the audit. Sometimes I do it in terminal, sometimes I do it in Codex, and then I go to step two, and that's basically the workflow. So what I'm doing with the LLM in between is because I just before like yesterday I was just doing everything in one Claude Code window, and I was doing that for maybe a week, and before that I was doing everything from the Claude Code, just one terminal of Claude Code. And there's a bunch of reasons I was explaining earlier that I'm doing it this way and that my workflow is changing, but essentially I'm trying to make things as professional as possible. And the main reason I'm doing it like this way is for context and making things better. And right now, because this is like my new workflow and I'm not used to using Codex and doing the audit like this, I'm going to the LLM to have it help me understand um, essentially like, what prompt to give to Codex, and then when Codex comes back, what I should do to have it fix what it found. And I think what's going to happen over time as I do this more and more, just like before, I was like, when I first started, I would like do something in the terminal, and then I would go back to Gemini, and then I would have Gemini write me the next prompt. And over time, I was just using Gemini LLM less and less, and I was just able to understand what was going on in the terminal. And now that I got this new workflow, I found myself going back to Gemini more. But yeah, I think over time I'll use Gemini or any LLM less and less as I become more like professional and get everything down, and I'll just be like vibing nonstop with the windows. And I wouldn't be surprised if I end up adding a bunch of new windows too. Maybe get like a Gemini window in there. I haven't done much research, but I see pros are using it. They're using a combination of like Claude Code, Codex, and Gemini, and they got like, man, like at least 6 to 10 different like terminals open. So that would be the answer to that. And another, where am I from? Originally everywhere from pretty much Chicago to Minneapolis. but I pretty much lived everywhere. So big up India. Yeah, I always want to go to India one day. A lot of this abundance mindset stuff I know originated from India. A lot of cool things about India culture that I want to know about. Plus, I really like being in the mountains. So Himalaya is like some of the biggest mountains in the world, and I'd like to go out there one day. So back to the flow. So I would have just finished the fixes that it found from step 4, and now I can do step 5. So ready for step 5? Yes. Here we go. Ready for the audit? I just realized I did not do the audit for step 4. So I'm going to do the audit for step 4 and step 5 at the same time. All right, so I did step 4 and I forgot to do the audit and went right to step 5. So I'm going to paste in here what it told me about step 4 being complete and then step 5 being complete. And I want you to create a prompt that I can give to Codex to do an audit for step 4 and step 5 at the same time. I feel like that was the first mistake of the day. The new workflow, as I would say, but I caught it with very little delay, so I'm back on my way. Okay, so here's the audit. I'm the lead architect for Stop Loss Scholar. We have completed step 4 and 5. Please perform a senior engineering audit of these combined steps. Step 4, connectivity. Step 5, UX and the search function. Audit requirements, specific check, WebSocket cleanup, race conditions, throttling logic, keyboard UX, and a general audit. All right. Here we go. I think I'm going to oh, I just noticed that comment. Did I see the guy who vibe coded an app while running a marathon? No, I did not, but that that actually sounds like something I would want to do just to see if I could do it. And I know like some of my best ideas come like when I'm doing something like running. So like I don't know if I could do that from my phone and just hook up like an earbud and then just like tell it what to do, but yeah, that would be fun. That would be interesting. I feel like I would make more mistakes though, but I would like maybe come up with better ideas. So it would be like a trade-off. What do I think about anti-gravity? So we had a good discussion about that yesterday, and I've never used anti-gravity. I've heard that it's very similar to what I have used is Cursor, and essentially I use Cursor as a beginner. It helped me a lot to understand things that weren't being explained through Claude Code in the terminal, but it was a lot slower, and I found myself phasing out of it very quickly. I've heard a lot of people say, I've heard more people say that anti-gravity is not that good, that I don't need it. I've heard some people say I should check it out. So the main thing I think that I've heard that I should check it out for is for what's it called, for design. So I hear anti-gravity is like good for like design and making things look good. But because I'm doing MVPs right now, my focus is not on doing design. It's just on creating an app that solves a specific problem, and just being able, not that it looks good, but that like the user can use it, and it solves their problem, and they're able to like understand it and use it. And then if people, I'm tracking all the apps, and if people start using a certain app more, then I can go and do improvements like the design and how it looks and stuff. And yeah, you're saying you're hearing that it's you believe it's kind of slow, and yeah, that's one of the main things I heard, that it's more for like a beginner workflow, whereas I'm starting to feel less and less like a beginner. So like all these tools are awesome, but they all like definitely have different use cases, and the main thing I guess is the few like professionals that I would call professionals that I see working. I don't see any of them using anti-gravity. So we got the oh, I didn't click enter for the audit prompt. So yeah, we got the audit for step 4 and 5. Oh yeah, I was going to start creating the GitHub repository for this project so I could do the first push after these steps. And let's go into GitHub. As long as the stop loss go. Create the repository. Guess that's done. General audit failed. Keyboard UX pass. Throttling logic warning. Race conditions pass and WebSocket cleanup pass. So, going to copy and paste all this. Into Gemini. Alright, just got the audit report back from Codex. I'm going to paste it here, and then I want you to give me an explanation of the things that failed and what the problem was, and then create a prompt to make the fixes, and let me know if I should give the prompt to Claude in the terminal or Codex in the chat window. Two classic vibe coding hurdles where the app looks like it works, but the underlying engine has a few loose bolts. The throttle warning was a jumpy price. In WebSocket.ts, the logic that limits price updates to 500 milliseconds has a small bug. It correctly buffers the price, but it forgets to reset the timer after it sends the update. I might see bursts of price updates, like 3 updates in 100 milliseconds. MS, I'm thinking that's milliseconds. And yeah, that's telling me right now that's like way too much to update. So with the React state loop, the component fail, the problem, the ticker search has a React anti-pattern. It's trying to update state directly inside an effect in a way that triggers a lint error and potential infinite loops. This can cause the search box to lag, flicker, or crash the browser if the user types too fast. Codex provides a clean use client version of the component that uses use memo for filtering, which is much faster and follows Next.js best practices. So here's the prompt. Step 4 and 5 audit flagged a logic warning in the WebSocket service and a component failure in the search UI. Please apply these fixes. Fix the throttling. Refactor. The current component has a React lint error. Okay, verification. Once applied, verify the connection status dot still correctly maps to the status colors in the keyboard navigation. Works for selecting a coin. There we go. And it did not need to have me paste any code. So I like that. So basically, for your question, the local dev server, I have not checked it out yet, but I have a question, and that's essentially like yesterday when I was doing this process, when Codex was coming back with essentially its results of my my audits, it was not showing me the code, like the exact code that needed to be changed. It was just telling me what needed to be changed. And then I would come and paste that into here and tell you, and then you would give me a prompt. And like 9 out of 10 of those prompts were meant to go to Codex. So essentially, I'm wondering, is there some reason today that it's like actually printing out the code that needs to be changed? Is it maybe in like the way that you're wording the prompts I'm giving to Codex? And is that really necessary? Like, can I tell it what needs to be changed without having to copy all that code? Um, so I'm right. The difference in how I'm wording the prompts, why it's printing code today and why it didn't yesterday, and that's why it's doing it. Yesterday, my prompts were likely general audits. Today, I'm giving you senior architect prompts. Um, Today, I did specifically tell Codex if I find a fail, provide the exact code correction for the terminal. So, why Gemini is having it do that? The professional secret. In a professional workflow, we want the auditor Codex to be as specific as possible so the builder of the terminal doesn't have to guess. However, you can absolutely do it the no copy way. Here's how that works. The lazy audit. Just give Codex the update and ask it for a list of problems. The blind fix, you go to the terminal and say, I just did an audit in my other window and it said the search box has a lint error, fix it. But the recommendation from Gemini is to keep copying the code from now. For now, here's why. Context preservation. Claude in the terminal is smart, but it can't see what's happening in your codex window. If I don't give it the code, Claude has to reinvent the solution. Sometimes Claude's fix might be different from what codex suggested, which can lead to new bugs. Okay, precision. By pasting the exact code codex wrote, I'm ensuring the fix is 100% verified before it hits the project. So yeah, I think I'm gonna go with what it's saying right now. That's better that it's showing me the code. Um, so let's see. Once it's finishing this update, I'm going to have it do the first push to GitHub. Or I should probably check it in the local browser. Make sure that it is looking good so far. And then do the push. So yeah, I see in the comments, someone is building an app for traders and entrepreneurs, common people, or slash like also for common people for improving their life, just like solo leveling gamification version. Plus, here they can get a physical glass for virtual conversation. Oh, that sounds really cool. Sounds like it does a lot of awesome things. I'm not sure what you mean by getting a physical glass. Um, maybe that's just like a typo for class. Um, but yeah, I'm starting to see a lot of like gamification, and I just did like my first kind of game apps like this week. So yeah, like those, and then also yeah. So if you want to go on the Discord, um, somebody yesterday posted their gamification app for education, and I checked it out, and it was really good. And there's another guy that posted his app for like this was like really cool. It was like in regards to like an idea I'd never heard of before. It was like a like vibe coding thing where like it like kind of read whether you were being negative or positive and like did some like interesting visual effects based on like the words that you speak, which is like goes like aligns a ton with like my channel and how I'm like combining like business and vibe coding and like abundance mindset. So yeah, if you want to, the link for Discord is in the description. And if you wanted to check out if you wanted to check out the other apps that people are posting up there, that's awesome. Because I think especially the one yesterday the guy posted for the gamified for the education sounds more similar to what you're doing. And if you want to post your app up there, then that would be awesome too. And yeah, thanks for reminding me to post that Discord link. I'm gonna do that right now. Awesome. Hopefully that works. All right. It's going. Oh yeah, it's still working. Awesome. Let's see if there's anything to see yet. Yeah, it's showing up. Here we go. Oh, not much, but showing up. All right, so I'm going to do the first push to GitHub. I'm going to have Gemini make me a prompt with the URL I got from GitHub. I would like to do my first push to GitHub. I will paste the URL that I got from Gemini from creating the repository for this project, and you create the prompt that I can give to Claude. Alright, just checking in GitHub, make sure the files show up. And they do. That's good. Alright. Guess I'm on step 6. Here we go. Step 6 complete. I'm about to paste the results from step 6 being complete that I got from Claude. I want you to create an audit prompt that I can give to Codex. So lightweight charts can be tricky with React. If the price lines aren't managed correctly, you can end up with hundreds of duplicate lines drawn on top of each other every time the price updates. So that sounds like what is going to be the biggest thing that I would have never thought to explain to it from the start. Is that it shouldn't be updating that much, that would even need to be a problem anyway, but just going to wait to see what happens when I start it, and if it's doing that, then I'll just tell it not to, and it should be fine. So I'm a lead architect for Stop Loss Scholar. We just finished step 6. Please perform a senior engineering audit of the step 6 output. Created, saying the summary of what we did for the audit requirements: specific check, price line cleanup, resize observer, data sync, color accuracy, and the general audit. Then it's saying to provide a pass or fail for each check. If any fail or warning is issued, provide the exact code. There we go. So we got another helpful comment. Have it create a second README MD, but specifically targeted at LLMs, more detailed and explicit than the regular README, so that when you resume or bring a new agent in, it immediately has full context and doesn't diverge, especially while it still has all the context loaded. So that's good to know, because usually I don't create the README until after the project is over. But I'm gonna take that down for a note to do a second README for full context. Yeah, it's so awesome to be so grateful that I'm on here that I can get so many good tips every day. And like yesterday I had like a whole like list all the way like up to here of notes to implement. And yeah, I did that before the stream, got most of that done for adding it into the flow. So um you always have it update the readme every 3 or 4 prompts, especially with like complex. That's interesting. I'm gonna definitely look into like doing that. And I'm guessing that's something you could even put in the Claude MD file, is to just tell it like to automatically update the README, um, every like 2 or 3 steps or something like that. So I'll look into that too. That'd be awesome if it could just automatically do that. And I feel like I could automatic. Oh, I know I can also automatically have a Claude MD rule that has it automatically do the GitHub pushes like every couple steps or even every step. So that's something I'm going to add to that Claude MD as well. All right, here we go with the. It's like it found something because it's showing me some code. It failed on the data sync, and that's what the code is for. Okay. It's a critical catch by the Codex audit. Without that data set fix, the app would have a ghost chart bug where every time I would switch from like Bitcoin to Ethereum, the Bitcoin candles would stay on the screen for a few seconds until the new data arrives, making the app feel laggy and unprofessional. So, yeah, that's a good thing to fix. Breakdown of the fix. The problem: React is fast, but the lightweight charts library is a separate engine. If we don't explicitly tell that engine to wipe the canvas, it keeps the old drawings visible. So the solution is we're adding a cleanup effect that triggers the moment the selected symbol changes. It clears the candles and stop loss lines instantly, providing a clean slate for the new coin. All right, so here's the prompt. The audit found a data sync failure on symbol changes. Please apply the following architectural fixes: implement immediate cleanup, refactor candle data effect, and reference integrity. There we go. All 3 fixes applied. Awesome. Step 7 done. Step 7 is done with Claude. I'm about to paste the report, and I want you to create a prompt for Codex for the audit. This is the brain of the app. We're going to turn raw price data into actual position sizing math that saves traders from blowing up their accounts. Since this step and blowing up your account basically means like losing everything, which I remember like I listened to this podcast that was like they just basically interviewed professional traders, and there were like 100 episodes, and I listened to most of them at least, but every single one of them, it was a professional trader who was making like crazy money. But they all said when they started, they all blew up at least one account. Many of them blew up like 2 or 3 accounts before they started winning. And most of the reason that those guys were saying that was because they all started like, this would have been like 10 to 20 years ago, before trading was like basically free. And some of them even they had to like call their brokers and make trades and all this crazy stuff. And it was like way easier to like blow up an account back then. But now should be more like tools like this that I'm making that can help people. But I think it really, a lot of it just comes down to mindset, the fear and greed, and overcoming those mental obstacles to investing. Okay. Perform a senior engineering audit. Summary of what it did. And what we want to fix is, or check for, specific check, division by 0. In the position size formula, check what happens if the current price equals the stop price, which could happen if the data is lagging or a user enters a custom stop. I don't see how that's possible, but okay. Input sanitization, verify the risk amount input. Does it handle non-numeric characters, negative numbers, or extremely large values gracefully? Specific check, precision and formatting, ensure the position size and position value. Use the format.ts utilities we build in step 2. Specific check, logic accuracy, re-verify the math. If I want to risk $100 and my stop is 10% below the entry, my total position size should be $1,000. Does the component correctly calculate both the coin units and the notional USD value? I didn't think of that. Generic audit, that's the last thing. So yeah, the first few I was like, that is those are things that I do not see being a problem at all. But then the last one before the audit, it was like, whoa, yeah, that could be a problem. I see that now, and I did not even think of that. So here we go, audit for the new flow. Codex seems to know better when it comes to catching things than Claude does. So I definitely, yesterday was the first time using Codex, and I definitely noticed that it was catching things that usually would not be caught. All respect, being locked in. Yeah, that focus. This is a skill. Gotta stay focused. The more you focus, a lot of things like meditation, um, things like mountain biking and snowboarding that I love doing that require me to keep 100% focused on what I'm doing, or it could cost me everything. So, a lot of things I do are all about like staying focused and staying focused on one thing at a time, especially for like being in business and doing business stuff and entrepreneur. Like I have so many good ideas, and biggest problem is like just staying focused on one thing, having that laser focus. I remember a long time ago when I was a new entrepreneur and another experienced entrepreneur was talking to me about what I was doing, and he was like, dude, best thing I can tell you is laser focus on one thing. You got too many good ideas. Pick the best one and stick with it and just do one good idea at a time. So I understand focus and respect for noticing that. And yeah, we can all stay locked in and do great things. So passed the division by 0, failed the input sanitization, passed the precision and formatting, and passed the logic accuracy and warning on the layout shift. General code quality passed. Awesome. All right, so let's go into Gemini. Gemini is going to create the prompt to make these changes. We got so a great catch for production readiness. While the math was correct, the UI had 2 unprofessional traits. It allowed users to enter $1 trillion, breaking the layout, and the numbers probably wiggled or jumped around as the price ticked because of font spacing. So yeah, somebody says $1 million or $1 trillion. Yeah, they're I don't think that would be a problem. The whale guard, without a max risk amount, a user or a cat stepping on a keyboard could enter a number so large it breaks the calculation and creates the layout overflow. We're clamping the input to 1 million, the max. This keeps the math stable and the UI intact. The jittery UI, the problem. Standard fonts have different widths for the number 1 versus the number 8. As the price ticks, like for example from 59,991 to 59,998, the whole card might slightly expand or shrink, causing a vibrating effect. So that's a good thing to fix. We're switching to tabular numbers. This forces every digit to take up the exact same width, making the live price updates look like a high-end Bloomberg terminal. So here's the prompt. Step 7, audit flagged and input validation failure and a visual jitter warning. Apply these features. Harden the SRC components risk dashboard.tsx file. Stabilize the SRC components stop level card TSX file. And logic verification. Ensure the position size formula remains untouched as it was verified and correct. Awesome. So I'm going to copy and paste that into Claude. Yeah. Yes. Step 8 is complete. Step 8 is complete with Claude in the terminal. I'm going to give you the report they gave me. I want you to create a prompt that I can give to Codex for a audit. Yep. This is where the Scholar and Stop Loss Scholar really comes to life. Section isn't about UI, it's about information architecture. You need to make sure the educational content is accessible, the animations are smooth, and the use buttons actually sync correctly with the main risk engine. So I'm the lead architect for Stop Loss Scholar. We just finished step 8, educational content and account size helper. Please perform a senior engineering audit of the step 8 output. It says a summary of what was created, the audit requirements, specific check, CSS grid animation, verify the expand content implementation in accordion car.tsx. Does it use grid template rows or height based transition? Ensure it doesn't cause a layout jump. Zoo stand sync. Confirm that clicking the use buttons trigger the set risk amount action in the store and that the UI reflects this change immediately. Specific check, accessibility, mobile UX with 5 accordions and an embedded calculator. Check for scroll fatigue and general audit. And then mark pass or fail for each check. All right, getting there. So back to the abundance teachings. I was talking about Wayne Dyer, and he was always talking about the Tao, the Tao, the Tao, the Tao. Some people call it, as a guide for living. Believe he even did his own translation of the Tao, like an entire book. And if you ever read the Tao, that's like ancient ancient mindset teachings, like going back. And I think it's some of the best too, some of the best out there. And it's like, it's so simple, but it's also just on like a higher level. So essentially, yeah, he wrote a book called Change Your Thoughts, Change Your Life, as a meditation on all 81 verses from the Tao, and taught principles of flow, non-forcing, and living in harmony with nature. So yeah, if you never read the Tao, check it out. It's some like, it's super super simple, but it's like also on a higher level. And a lot of it's about flow, staying in the flow, not forcing, path of least resistance. It was written in a time where the leaders were being too strict on the people, and the Tao was like, feel like from reading it, it was inspired by that, like, time in that history of, can't remember where that was written, somewhere in Asia, but yeah, essentially you're talking about when leaders are trying to control too much, that's actually causing like them to have less control, and the best thing to do is like, kind of let things go and let things be, and everything's nature is like good deep down, and there's enough, nature provides for everything, and leaders don't need to, try to overgovern and use force, because that's just gonna like, come back against them and cause them to lose. They start losing control, people start losing control, and they think they need to like force things, and like, but then maybe that loss of control is good, and that was just things going to its own according flow. So yeah, a lot to this. Um, so someone's asking, could I show the plan MD briefly? Yeah, sure. I'll do that in once I finish this step right here. So we got the results, the CSS grid animation passed, the ZooStat sync has a warning, um, accessibility had a fail, mobile UX pass, general audit warning. All right. So yeah, I'll show that on the screen right now, the plan MD. Well, it's actually pretty long, so I guess I can just scroll through it real quick, and I'll kind of scroll through it and stop, and scroll through it and stop, so that essentially you could just like go back and rewatch like the YouTube video, I guess, if you want to read more in detail. There we go. All right. Step 8 audits highlights the importance of looping back. While the features are working, the audit found that the account size calculator was a bit of a black box. It sent data to the store, but didn't show the user that the data actually arrived. And I'm not sure, they keep talking about to the store, and I did not tell this, having the plan to create a store, so I'm not, maybe it's like the store of data. Anyways, we also have some accessibility gaps in the accordions and some hard-coded strings that make the code a bit messy for a professional repo. So we got a breakdown of the Scala refinements, the confirmation loop. The problem is when user clicks use 1%, the calculation happens in the background. But the calculator component itself doesn't show the current risk. The user has to look over at the sidebar to see if it worked. We're adding a current app risk readback directly inside the calculator. This provides instant feedback. Number 2, the screen reader support. An A11Y failure. The problem, we had area expanded telling the user it's open, but we were missing area controls. Without this, a blind user's screen reader doesn't know which piece of context just opened. We're using the useID hook to create a unique connection between the button and the content div. Maintenance, hard-coded warning. The problem, the educational text is mixed in with the HTML code. If you want to fix the typo layer, you have to dig through complex code. We're moving the labels and titles to a dedicated content.ts file. This is how professional teams manage copy. That's good to know, because I plan on doing some marketing projects later, and I'm going to be having using copywriting skills. By copy, they mean like copyright. It's like a marketing language kind of. All right, so then we got the audit. Got stuff falling around in the background. Like, what is going on? Guess it was nothing. All right, so yeah, here we go. We got Codex doing the audit. It's got me wanting to check how many steps there were. We're on step 9 is next. That looks like the last step. I'll be right back. I'm back. So it looks like we got the report on the audit. And looks like it automatically just made changes. Yeah, it implemented all requested step 8 fixes. Wonder why it changed this time. Just gonna read the oh, that's why. So yeah, that was the essentially I'd already done the audit, and that was the fix for the audit, and then I just gave it to Codex instead of Claude Code. But yeah, no big deal. Still getting used to the flow. We got ready for step 9. Yes. And this should be, I believe, the last step of the build. So essentially, yeah, after this, then I can check everything out. And guessing there'll be some things that I want a vibe code to change. And I gotta get more water. I'm about to run out of spring water. Trying to stay away from the tap water. All right. I'm about to paste the report I got from step 9 being complete. Use that to create a prompt for Codex to do an audit. And I think this is also the last step of the build. So if there's any like extra things you think to make sense for an audit of the entire project, go ahead and add that into the audit. Hey, what's up, commenter? Hope you're doing well. And as you can tell, I'm doing some vibe coding, just finishing up this project. It's the stop loss scholar. It's going to be for essentially the number one problem is beginners when it comes to trading. So there's a stop loss that you can set if you want on most exchanges. Like if you're buying something, let's say the price is $100, but you could say, okay, I'm going to buy this for $100, but I'm going to put a stop loss. So if it goes down to like, say like $95, that it just sells it automatically. So that way, let's say if it just keeps going and it crashes down to like $50, you can sell it and you can get out before it goes too low. So essentially, beginners don't know where to place the stop loss, and they don't understand how to do risk sizing. So the solution is visual stop suggestions, which is going to be, there should be 3, and we'll see, because the app should be done very soon. I can check it out. And there's also going to be a risk sizing helper and also some education to explain it. So this is like a full education for investors that I believe without this tool, which would not have been possible before AI, and the major exchanges that do have this kind of stuff, they would probably make this where you'd have to pay to use it, and if they had it, it would be like more explained like in technical detail to advanced people. So yeah, the stop loss scout, and I'm about to give the final audit command to Codex. Here we go. I'm the lead architect for Stop Loss Scholar. We completed the final assembly, step 9. The app is now fully integrated. Please perform a senior full stack front end audit of the entire project. Gives a summary of step 9 and the final audit requirements. Specific check, the mount sequence. When a user first opens the app, does it handle the loading state gracefully? Specific check, initial price sync. Verify that the current price is currently seated from the last historical candle before the first WebSocket message arrives. Alright, specific check, state reset, the clean slate. When switching symbols, verify that the price and the data and the charts all reset simultaneously. And performance, zoo stand sector selectors. Ensure components are using shallow or specific selectors rather than pulling the whole store to prevent the entire app from re-rendering on every price tick. General production audit, check for console logs that should be removed. Verify that the metadata is set correctly for SEO. Check the mobile layout one last time. Ensure the chart doesn't squish the sidebar. Provide a pass or fail for each check. If any fail or warning remains, provide the final code corrections. Right into Codex, and I can get back to the comments. So suggestion from experience with financial data. I hear what you're saying. Sometimes the price can move quick, especially if I'm looking at something like Bitcoin where it's like, $70,000 and $70,777. That price can move around quick. So I hear what you're saying, and that's the one thing that I was like keeping in the back of my mind. Like, I'm not sure if that's gonna work correctly, and from my understanding so far as a vibe coder, I think that's probably the most potential for problems. And I think for that one, like, it sounds like it caught most of it, what you're saying, but I think I'm just gonna have to check it for myself, see what it's doing, pay super close attention when I'm trying it out to see if it's got that problem. And if it does, then I can go and vibe code that specifically. Maybe that's a V2 edition. Yeah, it depends on how well it turns out, and if it's if it's like, because this is just an MVP. So essentially, like, I'm trying to make an MVP to where I can just track it, put on tracking, and do like a little bit of marketing and see if people use it. And if people are like using it and they don't like it, or if people aren't using it, then it's not really necessary to like focus on like things like that if it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, if people are finding value in it and people are using it, then as soon as I see that it's people are staying on it and using it, I will go and like do as many changes as I can to like make it like a better MVP. And if hopefully I get follow up from people. All these apps are free. They're all linked in the description on the YouTube channel. They're free right now until I find how I'm gonna monetize them. And then when I monetize them, I'm not sure how that's gonna work. I'm guessing like I'll have like a free tier for however I do it. But essentially, like, you guys have the opportunity to use all this stuff free right now, and it'd be cool to get some feedback. But if not, no big deal. And then when I monetize it, then then you guys will still have like it'll be like a cheaper tier to just for like when I start it than what I would usually charge. And I'll monetize it and like let everyone get in for cheap, and then I'm sure we'll still probably find some bugs or something, and then people can let me know and we can fix them, and then um do what I can to keep the price cheap for the first users, like after I raise the prices, so they can hopefully like keep the same price. But yeah, for right now, trying to make everything free for everyone to use until that time comes for the monetization. So let's see. What do I think about the ChatGPT 5.4? Um, I believe so. I used ChatGPT LLM last night for maybe like I was working on another business marketing thing, and I maybe used it for like a half an hour to an hour. And I can definitely tell ChatGPT is updating a lot. It was changing. Like the only thing I noticed that was different was like when I was having it write copy, which is like a marketing kind of like language, not like a different language, but the way that the text is written out basically. It was like doubling the length of like the copy that I wanted, and I was like, sure, I already instructed it not to do that, to make it shorter, but like I'm like, oh, there must have been some like upgrade, and sure enough, I saw today that they upgraded. So essentially, I'm using Codex right now. Like I just ran that audit through Codex, and that should be using the 5.4 version for this Codex, and that would make sense as to why I had to install that update when I first started. But essentially, ChatGPT is my least favorite LLM. Codex seems to be the best vibe coding for auditing, catching errors and stuff, but not for building. So that's why it's a part of my flow just for the audit. But yeah, GPT, I find myself using it less and less, which is strange, especially since like 2 years ago when I really started getting into AI and started applying it to like see what it could do for business. I only used ChatGPT for a long time, and then ChatGPT started to make changes that I didn't like, and it was like I felt like it was going backwards. It became less helpful, more like watered down, and I felt like it was just like censored. And then I started reading about how it's like, oh, I'm collecting everybody's data more than the other LLMs, and some of the people behind it who owned it are like basically trying to create like a media monopoly, and I didn't want to support that. So I still use GPT sometimes for the LLM and Codex, but like if there was an alternative that did what Codex does for GPT that wasn't owned by the people who are like collecting all the data and trying to like monopolize the entire media, then I would use that instead. So more about like what's going on behind the scenes than like what's going on. But it sounds like from the research I was doing maybe like 6 months ago, like I'm not the only one. Like the majority of the AI users started shifting away from GPT and started going mainly to Claude and Gemini. So yep, Claude has the best morals and philosophy type stuff, and I saw that right away when I shifted from GPT to Claude. And then I mostly used Claude until Gemini just came out, and then I've kind of been switching between Claude and Gemini, depending on what I'm doing. But yeah, GPT, they saw it. They saw that, I saw they were like super worried that they were losing all so many people to like um mostly Claude, and they were like trying to like upgrade their LLM so it like worked better and everything. And I'm sitting here thinking like I don't think they get it. I don't think the main reason people are leaving GPT is because of like the way it works. It's because of more about what's going on behind the scenes. And sounds like recently too there was another story about Claude, and the government was trying to like force Claude to do something, and I can't remember the details of what they wanted it to do, but it sounded like it was like a moral ethics type thing, and Claude was like, no, we're not going to do it. And then the government, right now in America, the government's trying to like use a lot of force to like get people to comply. And they tried that, and Claude was just like, nope, like you're not gonna do this to us. Like we're gonna stick to our ground. And I saw that, and that made me have a ton of respect for Claude. I was like, okay, if they're not gonna like back down like everyone else, like a lot of people are doing right now, and they're gonna stand their ground. I'm like, that means a lot to me. Like that's respect right there. So yeah, you see that too. Yeah, I feel like that's a lot of people, and yeah, at the end of the day, people are gonna realize, like, everybody knows right from wrong. I feel like people are gonna be able to sense and tell like what's going on, and they could try whatever they want to hide the fact that they're doing things that aren't really like ethically and morally right. But um, upgrading their system is not gonna get me to come back there if they can't take care of these ethical things. So we got the audit report. I'm gonna go through the mount sequence failed. The app does not crash with empty trading pairs, but there's no loading error UI. Okay, so the first load is not graceful. Initial price sync pass. State reset clean slate on symbol switch failed. If you reset the client data in the current price and the chart clears on symbol change, but historical fetches are not request scoped. The user switches symbols quickly. The stale responses can overwrite current symbol state. Performance pass, production audit pass, production audit pass, production audit pass. For the console logs, the metadata, and the mobile layout. Additional blocking issue found during audit was a fail. The ESLint error in the ticker search for set state inside effect. Then they got the code corrections. So I'm going to copy all this, paste it into Gemini, and have it do the final fix for the final audit, hopefully. But I'm thinking if I vibe code and change things, I'll need to do another audit anyway, I guess. So, all right. So Gemini is doing this thing where it's like showing me two different choices for prompts and having me pick what the best one is, but I don't really feel like reading through both of them. I'm just gonna pick one. Um, Step 9 audit found 3 critical production grade issues that often separate a hobby project from a professional application. The race condition, the symbol switch bug. If a user clicks Bitcoin, then immediately clicks Ethereum while the Bitcoin data is still loading, the Bitcoin data might finish second and overwrite the Ethereum chart. So we're going to implement a client request ID reference that acts like a ticket number. If the data arriving doesn't match the latest ticket number, the app ignores it. The silent load, the mount UX failure. Currently, if the Binance API is slow, the app just looks empty or broken. We're going to add a loading spinner and a pairs error message that gives the user immediate feedback that the app is thinking. The React anti-pattern, the lint failure, updating state inside a use effect that listens to another state, causes double renders, and is a common source of performance lag. We're going to fix it by moving that logic directly into the on change event. It's much faster and cleaner. So I got the prompt. Giving it to Claude Code. So, senior engineer's verdict. I've done it. By adding that request ID logic, I've handled a bug that even many professional crypto sites miss. The app is now resilient, accessible, and high performance. So now it's just saying, after it's done doing this changes, I should check it out and review the app. So yeah, I'm excited for that. Back to the comments. Projects like this is what everyone needs. Labor in America is being excluded from the wealth equation. Yeah, it is. Build your own income streams that don't require a 9 to 5, or like any kind of like college degree that you have to pay crazy, 10 times what it costed like, 20 years ago. I think it's up to like average of like 50K a year now for like a, basic college degree. And then like the whole system is like technology is moving so quick that like what they're teaching in college is like probably like most of it not even going to be applicable. Like I went to college for business administration, and I can tell you right now, if I could go back in time, I would have taken the money that I spent on going to college and I would have just used it to start the first business, because I learned a million times more by just starting an actual business than I did from going to college to learn business, because all the college professors were like, none of them had started their own business. If they did, why would they be teaching in a college? They were just going off of the textbook on like how to like, work in a marketing department or how to like work in the accounting, and they're explaining that stuff, and like some of them had like part-time gigs of like, accounting on the side or something, but none of them were like actually started and ran their own business. So I'm like, why am I going to school to learn how to start a business from no one who's actually started a business, and they're just telling me stuff out of a textbook? So yeah, I did not know that at the time, but like most people in America, at least I was told over and over again, going to a public school system, that if I didn't go to college, I wasn't going to get a good job and I wasn't going to make very much money and I was going to be poor and life was going to be awful. And they just like ingrained that into me and everyone else. But yeah, the system is changing, and people are waking up and people are learning that there's so much money out here, and it's getting worse to where like the top like 1% it controls like like 99% of the money. So the problem's not there being like not enough money. The problem is just being people's greed, and people feeling like, for them to be at the top of an organization, they should only pay people that work there just enough so that they can, not take more than a week or two off. And like essentially I was just looking at going to Europe for snowboarding this year, because there's like they're getting the snow and we're not getting it in America. And usually I go in like February, because that's like the best time to go in America for like to like be consistent with like good powder days and like getting good snow and already having a good base. And then I found out in Europe it was like, don't try to go there in February, because everybody in Europe gets like a month of vacation every year. So everyone takes their like month off in February. So like the places are like super packed in February. Whereas like in America, the only time you really need to avoid going is like the week before Christmas and after Christmas. Because that's like the only time people get off. But like yeah, the system is definitely flawed, the way that wealth inequality is. And that's something that I saw from the start. An entrepreneur has helped me so much for that, to live you know like I'm not rich, but I plan on being. And pretty much my businesses before were just, my intention was just be able to support myself, to be able to do as much like snowboarding and mountain biking and that kind of like extreme sports that I like to do, and work the minimum that I need to do that. But yeah, now I got way bigger goals, because now I realize like I'm getting older, and I realize that inflation, prices are going to keep going up, and $1 million 20 years ago is maybe, I don't know, half of what it is today. So like yeah, I'm gonna need to get at least a few million, but there's enough for everybody. Like man, the trillions and trillions of dollars floating around out there, like you could just like equally distribute that to so many people and it would work. I totally feel like it would work. But then anyways, I should get back to the project. Um Happy to be done. So least done with the build. So now I can test it out and make any changes where I need. Do the npm run dev. I'm going to sit down. Yeah, and my insurance just went up. Like I've been paying like $50 a month for health insurance for like, man, like the past like 15 years, I feel like. And then this year, all of a sudden, it's like 350. And that's for like the lowest insurance where I have to kind of like pay for almost like a little bit out of my pocket for like everything. And I was like, I'm like, man, how do people afford it? Like, this doesn't make sense. I was just about to buy a house in like 2020, and then like by the time I actually like got everything together to get ready and like go out and looking at houses, all the prices like doubled almost overnight. And from being an investor, I know it's like buy low, sell high. Like everything's in cycles. Nothing stays like super high forever, especially the housing market. It always like comes back down and corrects. And it looks like it's starting to do that because, I mean, the greedy people think that they can just keep rising the prices on housing and apartments and everything. But, you know, it hits a point and people just can't afford it. And then how do you get business when no one can afford everything? So, yeah, everything's got to change. It can't, it's not sustainable. Um, okay, dev server's running, page compiled and rendered successfully. Okay, here's the moment. I'm gonna go to the browser. Looks like there's a problem already. Up, network error while contacting Binance. Check internet connection. So I'm gonna give that to. I'm going to give that to Gemini and have it create a prompt for. I'm going to ask it if I should do that in the planner or in the terminal. All right, so I went to test the site for the first time now that it's fully complete, and only the name and the ticker bar is loading up, and then I'm getting this error message that I'm about to paste here. Let me know whether you think I should be going to um, the plan mode Claude or the terminal Claude or even codex in the window, and also create a prompt for what I should tell it. Yeah, this is the moment of truth in web development. No, it already was and it didn't work. The error message means the error handling we built in step 2 is working perfectly. It's catching a failure instead of letting the app crash into a white screen. The diagnosis: since the header and ticker bar are loading, your React Next.js shell is fine. The network error specifically means your browser is trying to talk to Binance API, but the request is being blocked. The likely culprit: CORS, cross-origin resource sharing. Binance API often blocks direct requests from localhost for security reasons. To fix this, we usually need to route the request through a Next.js route handler, a mini backend, so the request comes from a server, not a browser. They're saying go to the Claude terminal. This is a structural network architecture fix. Claude needs to create a new API route and point your services to it. So hopefully it figured out the right thing to do, and I'm going to copy and paste. Essentially, it's what I just said, and then to test it after applying it. So yeah, back to what we were saying with the the situation of inequality right now. Wayne Dyer's abundance teaching, one of his signature phrases was "Don't die with your music still in you." Everyone has unique gifts and a unique purpose. And the tragedy of life is not death, but arriving at death having never expressed what was inside you. So, just think if everybody were able to monetize their unique skills, the things that they were good at. Think if there was what we're creating right now, paths for people to find ways to create things that they can provide value to the world in ways that they are better at than most other people, and things that they enjoy doing more than most other people, and not feeling like that they have to go and work for somebody else on somebody else's vision, doing mostly repetitive things. So yeah, back to the build. It looks like they want me to refresh the local host, and hopefully it will work. Nope. Another error message. Back to Gemini. Alright, so Claude told me that it did everything and it made the fix, and I should go back and refresh the local host, but I just got another error that I'm about to paste here. But at least it's a different error. API Binance. So the main problems I was running into yesterday was it was saying like it was trying to like request the information of like every ticker too quick. Um and that Binance might block it because it's trying to like do too much, ask it for too much too fast. So it was like correcting that a lot with the audits. But I didn't see it like really like focusing on that at all today. And maybe that's because last time it wasn't like you could search for an individual coin. Um Essentially it was scanning the market, like the entire market for certain conditions. So I'm thinking maybe that's why they did that yesterday and not today. Um Okay, this error is actually very telling. It's a status 451 unavailable for legal reasons. Binance is blocking the request based on your IP address location, likely because you are accessing the .com API from the US or another restricted region. So why didn't they do that yesterday then? Because we just set up a proxy, your local computer's IP is now the one hitting the Binance wall. Maybe that's why, because I didn't do that proxy yesterday. Since I'm the lead architect, we have two ways to pivot. We can't change international law, but we can change our data provider. Uh, that's so easy. Why didn't they realize that from the start? I guess because I didn't tell them I was in the USA. We need to switch from the restricted API.binance.com to the US compliant API.binance.us. This is a quick configuration change that should bypass that error. So yeah, as I know, when I started using the Binance exchange, wow, back in probably like this was after the 2017 crypto bull run. It was like right after, and that's when I got on Binance. And you could use Binance from everywhere. And then maybe like I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago, maybe Binance got restricted in America. America's like one of the most restrictive places for crypto exchanges, from what I understand. So Binance had to create a Binance US. So that seems to be what the problem is. Hopefully, what the problem is. But I'm giving this prompt to Claude to change it from Binance to Binance US. So hopefully that's what it is. All right, both endpoints updated to Binance US. The dev server should hot reload automatically. We'll see. There we go. That was it. Okay. So let's see. I think I see what it's doing. Yeah, I see what it's doing. Those are not places where I would want the stop limit. So, yeah, the stop limit logic is not good. Um, so essentially, from what I see, let's see what I got to do. Okay, so this is like it's kind of following what is probably the industry standard for where to set stop limits, and it's just automatically applying them at 2%, 5%, and 8%. But what I want to do is set the stop limits based on what the candlesticks on the chart is telling me. And essentially, yeah, this is just for buys. I could do stops also for sells. But essentially, looking at this, the tightest stop should be like right at or just right below the bottom of this wick of this candlestick right here, not just at 2%. Because, yeah, that's like anyone could just say put in a stop limit at 2% or 5%. What I want to do is show people um, like strategically based on the chart, and I want it to automatically do it. So instead of having a beginner having to learn how to read a chart and where to put the stop limits, I want them to be based on what the chart is telling you, which the first one should be here. The second one should be like right about there. And the third one should be like right there based on the candlesticks. And I thought I explained that to him, but it didn't understand it. I'm not surprised because that is the main thing that I thought would probably have problems. But I think it should be easy to fix it. Maybe not easy, but I know what I need to tell it to fix it. Okay. So how much am I willing to lose? So like $100 automatically said if you're risking $100, you want to buy, 0.02 whatever of Bitcoin or a $2,000 position with the standard stop, with the tight stop. But yeah, I mean anyone could just be like, well, what's 2% of like this is not everything is good except for these levels, I think. Gonna check more. Got the tight, the standard, and the wide. What is the stop loss? I hear you, man. I just saw that in the comments. This is $1 million idea. That's what I'm saying, man. Like all these apps, I'm getting better and better each time at like trying to provide as much value as possible. And I'm just giving these away for free. And like I'm glad like that's super awesome to see that like you see that right away too. Um just the everything else on here like people could like find somewhere else, probably pretty easy. But you're seeing that the perfecting a stop limit algorithm is $1 billion idea. Yup, and I'm doing like million and $1 billion apps. Like maybe not, maybe the first 10 apps I built probably were like still learning, but I can tell every day I'm like with like from maybe app like 15 up to where I'm at now, they're just getting so much better every day, and the ideas I'm having are just like money. So okay, um, wondering if I should almost go to a smaller time frame chart, but then that would be not very good for beginners. Um, or even if I should, because if the logic works, you should be able to just switch time, have the option to switch time frames. But I gotta think of how I'm gonna explain this to get it to work right. So, okay. Oh yeah, I just wanted to check the education stuff look good. All right, back to the vibe coding. I love this part. Okay, so I'm gonna go into Gemini and let it know the problem. All right, so I'm looking at the finished project, and there is a major problem that I kind of thought was going to be a problem. So essentially, for the stop losses, it looks like they just automatically set them to the tight one is 2%, the standard is 5%, and the wide is 8%. But what I wanted it to do is to set these stop loss lines according to what the chart is telling me. So essentially, um, they should not just be at fixed percentages. They should be at um, specific places on the chart. So, for example, um, right now when I see the chart, I see the price is $7,444 for Bitcoin, and I see as far as like the candles for the levels that it's at, the lowest wick is the wick right before this one, and it is right at about the bottom of the wick is at about $70,111. So because that's the lowest wick in like like the recent level, I guess, that the price is at, which is just starting to break down from like a higher level, because that's the lowest wick, the first stop loss should be like maybe like, a couple dollars below the bottom of that wick. So then the next stop loss line should essentially be the next looking at the past price action, and it should be like the essentially right below the the lowest wick that marked like the the move up that happened before this move. So what I see right now on the Bitcoin price is the lowest wick where I would set the standard stop loss would be about $67,333. And then the next level down, I'm looking at the lowest wick there for the wide, and that one is right about $65,018. So I'm thinking the best way to go about this is if you can, look at the Bitcoin price or even a chart, and you can see like the numbers that I told you, where those wicks are, where I'm setting the stop losses, then hopefully you'd have a better understanding of like why I want them in those particular places, because they're like specific levels, and it's um like if it breaks that bottom level, then it's probably going a lot farther. So I guess off of what I told you, give me some feedback mainly in regards to, are you understanding what the problem is and how to fix it? Yeah, this is the fun part. This is where I'm actually like, I'm seeing like, this is where I'm still smarter than the AI. The AI could not understand this from the start. Um, and I have to teach. I run the AI doesn't run I. So I got to teach it. All right. So Gemini is telling me it completely understands the problem. I'm describing technical stop losses based on price structure and support levels versus percentage stops, arbitrary math. The percentage stop method we built is a dumb calculation. It doesn't care if a major support level is just $1 below the line, it just draws a line at -2%. As a trader, you know that the lowest wick represents a level where buyers stepped in. If the price breaks below that wick, the story of the current uptrend is over. They get it. Why my approach is better. Setting stops below recent swing lows, the wicks I mentioned, is the professional way to trade. It ensures your stop is hidden behind a wall of historical buying pressure. How we fix this? We need to move from static logic to dynamic analysis. We need the app to scan the client data array in your ZooStand store and identify swing lows. Level 1 tight. Find the lowest wick of the last 5 to 10 candles. Place the stop slightly below that. Level 2 standard. Find the lowest wick of the last 20 to 30 candles. And level 3 wide. Find the lowest wick of the last 50 candles. I'm not sure that's going to do what I want it to do, but it's a good start and I'm going to try it. Okay, so we got a prompt for the terminal. And it's so awesome that I've been using the terminal to build this whole thing and it has not had to compact once. So hopefully that's the case. But it still remembers everything throughout all the vibe changes I make. So here we go. We got the new logic requirements. Add a buffer like a slippage guard. They're saying it to not do it exactly at the bottom of the wick like I was saying, but maybe 0.1% or a few dollars from each identified low, because crypto likes to do that, like go just right past the bottom of the wick and then try to stop everybody out that put their stop losses exactly at the bottom of the wick and then goes back up. So update UI labels, update stop level card labels from tight 2% to tight recent low or similar. Exactly what I wanted to do. We'll see how well it does. Oh, I should push this to commit or GitHub right now. Yeah, so I'm gonna push this since it's working. I'm gonna push this to GitHub before I have it make those new changes. I feel like if I did this and people started like using this in mass numbers, the like crypto bots would change their algorithm so it like probably tries to like stop everybody out because they would know like so many people are using these levels and they could just go on my app and like, so then I'd constantly be like updating my levels and then the bots would probably try to update and then I would have to update. But that's a small like thing. Like if it got to that point where like actually this was massively like implemented by people, I'd be able to figure that out. I'd be able to be smarter than the bots. I would just have to figure out what they were doing and be like a step ahead of them. But it'd be worth it if people were using this and getting value off of it. And this is definitely like if I were a beginner, I would be paying whatever $10 a month easy for this, no problem. All right, push successfully. 2 commits now on main. Ready for the next prompt. Talk about some abundance teachings. Detachment from outcomes. Influenced by both the Tao and Abraham Hicks, Dyer taught that clinging to specific outcomes creates resistance. State your intention, feel it as real, then let it go and trust the process. It's exactly what I've been saying, talking about like, the goal is vibe code to 1 million. The goal is to create financial tools right now that solves people's problems. And do I know how I'm going to get to that goal? No, I just know the step that I'm on right now. And am I trying to control each step and say like, well, I got to make it do this and then this and then this and that's the only way to get there? No, that's not how life works. I just have to have faith that I'm going to get there. I have to have the right mindset that this is possible and I can do it. And that, if I have faith in myself and that the process, that it will unfold the way it's supposed to, that when I'm done with this step, then the next step will appear. And that's what's more than happening. When I started this, I didn't even know I was going to be doing finance apps. I had an idea for a totally different app about like finding like locations in a city that would like fit your personality to meet people you want to meet. And I made that app and it was super easy compared to what I thought it would be. And I was like, you know what? I don't really see myself going in this direction now that I built that. And I was like, so I was like, I should do finance apps. I had a good idea for a finance app. And I wasn't even planning on doing a bunch. I just was planning on doing the one. And I did the one. And then that led to two. And then I was like, oh, I think of so many more ideas. I should keep doing this. And then that led to, I could just do all these finance apps and then like find a way to like, maybe link them together. At first I was like, I'll just like, hopefully one app takes off. But then I'm like, that probably won't happen. Probably better to just link these together. And yeah, so like that's where I'm at. And these apps are getting better and better. And then I'll link them together or whatever would make the most sense. And then after that, the next step will appear, and then I'll do that, and then the next one will appear. But do I know? And if I tried to like plan everything from the start, it wouldn't have worked out. And just trying to go with the flow, do what I know, and stay in abundance and stay positive. All right, so wondering if I should do another audit or no, I should just check it out and then do an audit like after it's good. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm still in the browser. Sorry you guys didn't see the code on that last one. Gonna refresh. It's doing. Definitely this one is right. This one's not what I was thinking, because if the price were to come down to this level, it would probably go about right there. And then this would be support. So this line should really be like here to here. Preferably like right there. And then this one is like about right. Just make sure it's like below that wick. Yeah, just barely. Yep. So that one's right. But this one, I'm wondering why is this one here? Because I don't see it at being at, oh, it's at the bottom of this. So by doing it at the number, like it's saying go back like, a certain amount of candles. but that's not going to be consistent with what I wanted to do. This one's probably always going to be consistent because it's like, you know, the last few candles. Well, maybe not always because there could be a different situation, but anyways, essentially, I'm wondering if it can do a logic to where it's like not looking at counting back a certain amount of candles to set it, but looking at like the major levels, like that one might be hard to explain. I think what would be easier to explain is like the bottom of the last, because this is just for buying, I could say the bottom of the last big move up. I think maybe would be a better way to explain it. But like it's catching this one right. So we got the comments talking about looking at parabolic SAR. I'm not even sure what that means. I'm about to look that up. All right, so the change has been implemented and the first tight stop loss is in the right place and the wide, the last stop loss looks like it's in the right place. But the standard one is a little bit too high. And I think that the reason for that comes on based on the logic we gave it, which was to count back a certain amount of candles and then go based on like the bottom of a certain number of candles back to make that, to use that candle. But really what the problem that caused is like it's not recognizing the levels of support. It's just counting back to a certain amount of candles. And for the like first stop loss, that's only counting back a few candles. That makes the most sense. But when you start going back farther, it's only counting and it's not looking at the levels of support. So essentially, one person recommended that I'm looking for parabolic SAR. I don't know what that means, but essentially, let me know that you understand what the problem is and explain to me what parabolic SAR is, and also any suggestions that you have to fix this problem. All right, I think I can do it. The issue is that our current look back logic is static. It's like a robot blindfolded walking exactly 48 steps backwards. It might end up standing on a cliff or in a hole regardless of where the actual floor is support. What you're looking for is trend structure. You want the app to identify the plateaus where the price consolidated before moving higher rather than just grabbing the lowest point in an arbitrary window of time. Exactly. Yes. What is the parabolic SAR? Parabolic SAR, stop and reverse, is a technical indicator used by traders to determine trend direction and trailing stop loss levels. So how it looks, it appears as a series of small dots either above or below the price candles. When the dots are below the candles, the trend is up. When the price touches a dot, the trend is considered broken and the dot flips to the top. The parabolic part, the dots move faster as the trend accelerates. It's designed to chase the price upwards to lock in profits. Oh, I see. So it's like what would you use to like set a trailing stop loss when the price is already going up and you want to bring your stop loss up, from how I understand it. So while the parabolic SAR is great for trailing a stop, in a fast move, it might not solve your problem of finding structural support, the wicks I mentioned. It's a mathematical formula, not a level seeker. So that even gives me another idea. Like I could do a whole nother, either like another app or add to this app so you could like do trailing stops and know where to put the, yeah, there's so much potential. Okay. So instead of counting back a fixed number of candles, we should implement fractal support detection. Fractals are cool. A fractal low is a specific pattern where a candle has a lower low than the two candles before it and the two candles after it. This mathematically identifies a V-shape or a turning point in the market. How we fix the standard stop. For the tight, keep the recent 12 candle low. This usually catches the immediate noise. The standard, instead of 48 candles, tell the app to find the last two significant fractal lows. The second one back is almost always the structural floor that I'm looking for. For the wide, find the major fractal, the lowest point in the last several weeks of data. Alright, so here's the plan. We need to go to the Claude in the terminal to upgrade the brain of the store. And I'm just reading it to make sure it's doing what it said, what I just read. Alright, everything looks good. I'm going to give this prompt to Claude. So yeah, the parabolic SAR, that did help. Gemini didn't think it was good to use it for like going down to find stop losses, but if anything, that gave me a money idea to make an app for trailing stops. So that would be, I feel like that should be like a different app. That might be like confusing to try and combine them on the same one. And considering I already like made the like foundation and blueprint for like the charts and stuff, I don't think it would be too difficult to design that and just do it like have everything do the same way that I did this today, except instead of setting stop losses for a buy and the current price, I could do it for a consider the person already bought, and they could put in the price they bought it and then do, yeah, okay. Here's the new logic. I should check it out. Awesome. Still, what is it using? It's probably looking at guessing it's looking at this candle right here. This is definitely better than before. Should be looking at that one. And now the bottom one really should be like here, here, and here. Well, there and that. That's crazy to put that big of a stop loss in, though. I mean, maybe. So let's see. Like it's finding the right spot where before it was just going off the counting the candles, but now it's like it's finding the right level right here. But it's going based off of like these candles when it should be this bottom candle that's was like the bottom before the last big move. Okay. And then this one I can worry about after I make sure this one's right. Alright. Alright, so essentially it made an improvement, but it's still a little bit above where I think the standard stop loss should be, which is the second stop loss. And it's like now it found the right range to put the stop loss in, but it's a little bit too high because it's going off of like one of the lower candle wicks in that range. But what I wanted to do is to look at essentially the lowest candle wick right before it made the big move up that broke out of that range, and to set the stop loss right below the candle that is like marks the bottom of that range, that is like right before the move up came. So let me know if you understand like how it's still got a problem, and what you think the solution is, and create a prompt. So Gemini says it hears me. The logic is currently grabbing any V-shaped fractal it finds, but it's not distinguishing between a small hiccup in price and the actual launch pad, that final deep wick that cleared out the sellers right before the massive breakout. Exactly. In a typical breakout, price often chops around, creating many small fractals, then dips one last time to a major low before skyrocketing to stop the people out that have orders in. So the current logic, it's picking up the choppy fractals that happen during the move or slightly above the base. The solution, we need to look for the volume weighted launch pad. We want the lowest wick that occurred within a consolidated zone before a significant percentage move upward. The lead architect solution, the spring detection. Instead of just looking for the second fractal, we should look for the deepest fractal within the last consolidation range. That makes sense to me. Identify the move, look behind the move, find the spring, and we got the prompt. I'm just reading through it to make sure it's saying what it says above. All right, sounds good. I'll write down that idea about the trailing stop. So yeah, Wayne Dyer talks a lot about no limits living. He's got a book called The Sky's the Limit, and others as well in this same like lineage of master teachers have taught that all limitations are self-imposed mental constructs. Everyone is capable of far more than their conditioning has told them. All right, so checking out the fix. Oh, that actually made it a little bit worse. Which one is it looking at? Why is it here? got to be this one, but that's like the top of this move. I'm gonna just try searching for ETH and see if it has the same problem. Yep, because they're similar charts, so that would make sense. And it's just that middle one. It's like this one knew to get that. This one, that middle one's just confused. Okay. All right, so I see it made a change, but it just brought the line up a little bit. So for Bitcoin, where I'd want the standard stop loss to be, looking at the chart, it's still like catching the right range, but it's putting the stop loss like right in the middle of that range. And the bottom wick in that range, right before the end of that range and the big move up starts, is at about $67,360. The stop loss, the standard right now, is set at about $68,245. So it should be a little bit lower. So I'm not sure like why it's not picking up on this. The bottom wide stop loss is maybe a little bit too low from the range it's looking at, but I think I should just focus on one at a time. So for right now, with the standard, let me know what you think the problem might still be, and create a prompt to fix it. I hear you. Helpful in the comments. This part is going to be super tricky to nail down. People have spent lifetimes developing and refining algorithms logic for this. There are literally PhD theses just focused on fine-tuning this kind of stuff. I believe it. And I came into this knowing this was going to be like probably the difficult part for it to understand. And the main thing I think is it's got the tight stop loss, right? So like essentially I could just like call it a day and be like, that's the tight stop loss. That's like the the main one. But I want to see if I can like figure this out. And yeah, this is like, I hear you. Like this is like some next level math. And like I'll have to check a bunch of charts to make sure it applies across everything. But I mean, it's doing. I feel like I'm already impressed for how well it's done compared to like, especially after just making that first prompt for where it like had it automatically set up at like certain percentages. Like it gets it more than I thought it would. And this is teaching me a ton about vibe coding finance apps. So like this is the money right here. This is where I learned the most. And yeah, I like solving difficult problems and learning difficult things, so see what I can do. So the logic is doing a good job of finding the area of consolidation, but it's still being too math heavy and not pixel perfect on the specific wick that matters. So the problem, averages versus the absolute floor. Right now the code is likely looking at the average of a range or picking the first fractal it sees in that pre-breakout window. sitting right in the meat of the previous trading range, but as a trader, you know the meat is where you get stopped out by noise. You want the absolute floor. The technical gap. The current pre-breakout window might be too narrow, or it's being tricked by a smaller dip that happened halfway through the consolidation. I think that's the second part is what's the problem. To get that line down to the 67,360 level, we need to stop looking for breakouts and start looking for local minimums with context. I'm not even sure what that means, but we'll see if it works. The new logic for the standard stop. Go back 50 candles, approximately 2 days on a 1 hour chart. Ignore the most recent 10 candles, the current high price action. The hunt. Find the single lowest low value in that entire 40 candle history. The logic. In 90% of charts, the breakout origin is the absolute lowest point of the base that preceded the move. By finding the math.min of that range, we ignore that middle of the range and snap directly to the wick that I'm looking at. Let's see if this works. So, yeah, like the way Dyer explained this concept of everything is energy and vibration. Like I just always like I'm always saying like I just like move off of like vibes and energy like more than logic. And the way he taught it was that higher frequencies like love, joy, and gratitude attract higher experiences, while lower frequencies like shame, guilt, and fear attract suffering. And that makes first thing that makes me think of is why I'm so careful about like not looking at the news and stuff like that, because I don't know why, but they're always trying to like push the lower frequencies on people. I think it gets them more clicks maybe, but the karmic impacts of that, if they understood, they would not be doing that. So anyways, we're gonna try it again. Looks like the next fix is in. Staying on a high vibe for this one. And it did it. Yeah. Did exactly what I wanted it to do. Put in the exact right spot. So it's all about vibes and energy. This one right here could be a little higher, but I think that's not that big of a deal. Respect. Yeah. I was like, I just gotta stick with it. I'm getting closer. So yeah, we got that. I'm gonna check some other charts. Um Yup, that's right. About one that's gonna be moving a lot different. Whoa, that's too small. No one's buying that one anymore. Yeah, this is money. And it didn't even show. Doesn't even put in the the lower one if there isn't, which would make sense on some of these because these are still like chopping around at their like bottom right now. But also this doesn't go back very far. Wonder why that is. Like some of these other coins only go back a little bit. And then like the main ones, like let's try Solana. Yeah, Solana doesn't go back that far. Did Bitcoin do that too? Oh yeah, they all only go back that far. Which is still like definitely good enough. Yeah, I am happy with this. I think to make upgrades on this, I'd have to like be using it over time, and I'd probably find some error through time and through like price structure changes to where it would like maybe not work the same as it does now. But I think I just have to use this a lot to like find the bugs at that level. But I'm happy with it. And look at this. Look at this. Like if you would have like bought, I mean, it was like down here, I feel like when I started, like when I first pulled this chart up, if you would have bought down here when I first started doing that and put in this limit, this is already coming back up past that level. So yeah, this is working. I am proud of this one. It's all about the vibes and the energy. So definitely gotta push it to GitHub. Let's see. I think I should do one more audit too. All right, that's money because it worked this time. The bottom one is maybe a little bit lower than I'd want it to be, but I think for the most part it's fine. And I think like I would just have to use this a lot to find out if it's making like, you know, other errors that would happen when like the price structure changes and stuff. But for right now, I think I've got it about as good as I can get it. And I'm just pushing and committing to GitHub. And I want your advice on if you think I should do another audit. Another good idea coming from the comments. Take these results plus a news web search API results, feed it to an LLM, and get comprehensive buy-sell advice, incorporating the news results. Maybe more apt for normal stocks though. Yeah, like there's pros and cons to that for sure. Cause a lot of the news, especially with stocks, crypto too though, a lot of it is hype. A lot of the news is you know, a lot of it's and most of it I think is using the fear and the greed. Most of it right now is going to be probably fear based, trying to tell people that Bitcoin's going to zero because you know AI is going to hack it or something. Like they just always find a way to like. So that's hard. That's hard with the news. And I know as a beginner, one of my biggest obstacles was learning to cut through the hype of the news. Because for beginners, they don't understand that. They don't understand that a lot of that news is meant to play off their fear and greed emotions to get them to make decisions that would benefit more of the bigger the banks. Because yeah, from what I remember, especially that last time, even the last time, like when Bitcoin was like clearly when it, you know, maybe 2022, 23, when it hit down to like 16K and it hit that bottom, they were doing it all over again. Like, oh, Bitcoin's going to zero. It's at 16K. No one thought it would go this low. It's not going to work. And it's like, oh, no, it's already been around for like 4 or 5 cycles now. It's not going anywhere. It's clear, like to me. And but they were still doing it. They were still trying to scare everybody into selling at the bottom. And sure enough, when it was up towards the top this time, around the like 110, 120 range, oh, these like major banks are still buying tons of Bitcoin. Yeah, it's going up to, probably going to hit like, 500,000. Oh, it's like the best time to buy right now because the banks are still buying so much. And I'm sitting there like, they were buying a ton back when it was at 16K. Why didn't you say that then? But yeah, I hear what you're saying. Like, it's hard to, like, if you get the right news, then it would be helpful. But I think AI would have a difficult time being able to tell what news was like hype and what news was real. But that's it. That's still a good idea because that would let me know how good AI is at recognizing the hype news and like the actual like legitimate news. Very true, no doubt. But yeah, we're getting somewhere. Like we're definitely like finding ways to like at the end of the day do what the news, what I see it isn't doing, which is like basically trying to help people get more money, not trying to help the banks get the retail traders to buy or sell into them when it serves them. So getting the logic to snap to the that right wick means the app is now actually reading the market structure rather than just doing blind math. Um, since I just made a deep brain transplant in the store logic, I recommend a final stability audit. Um, Even though it looks money on the chart right now, we want to make sure the code is bulletproof for when the market gets weird. When a new coin has only 10 candles of data, or when a coin is crashing so hard there's no previous base. Exactly. So, essentially, we want to do a logic review, array bounds, empty data handling, the inverted stop guard, and performance. So I'm going to give Codex this one right here. And I'll just scroll through if you're watching. Here we go. Yeah, another day, another awesome app that probably would have taken either me paying a freelancer a couple $1,000s minimum to make and them taking like, I have no idea, maybe a minimum of a week to make. Um, but yeah, just looking at like what was possible a year ago or 2 years ago compared to today, and it is insane how much this has picked up. And I mean, I've even seen like decent improvements from the this is day like 21, I think, from the 21 days in the one app I made before I started this challenge as a beginner. Like I've noticed improvements. So sky's the limit. Sky's the limit. And kindness and service. Unlike some manifestation teachers who focus primarily on personal gain, Dyer consistently emphasized that the highest use of your life is being of service, providing value to other people. That's one issue that I have with like with trading and investing is doesn't really provide much value. I mean, some of it can, like if you're investing in like maybe companies that are doing good, but I feel like really you want to find ways to provide massive value and then you'll make massive money, and then when you get that massive money, you definitely don't want to just like have it sitting in the bank and lose value to inflation. You want to like know how to invest it right so that it your money works for you. Get to a point where you're not working, put in the work, and then when you're like, unable to work anymore, or you just like, you already served who you want to serve, then your money can work for you. But I mean, it's way easier to start before you've got the money and just like, whether it's $1 a month, a week, whatever you can afford. Start learning now. Start learning that investment stuff now, because only take you a couple years to really like understand it like you need to. And then that way, by the time you do start bringing the money in, then you already know. And then you're not like a lot of people start making big money and they start throwing big money in the markets, and then they make stupid mistakes because they're a beginner. And if they had just started when they can afford to make smaller mistakes, because there's really no rules to this. The investing game is like something else. But yeah, um, it's all about providing value for other people. Okay. Got pass, fail, fail, fail. All right. Array bounds passed, empty data handling fail, inverted stop guard fail, and performance fail. So got to copy and paste into Gemini. I'm about to paste the results of this audit. Let me know what you think, and then create the prompt to make the changes. This audit is the final piece of the senior engineering the project needs. The previous logic was visually correct, but it was expensive. It was like a mathematician resolving a 100-page equation every half second just because one number changed at the very end. Why these changes are high level: the structural cache, the performance win. Instead of scanning 100 candles on every single price tick, the new logic creates a structural cache key. It basically says, is this the same set of candles I looked at a second ago? If yes, don't recalculate the support levels, just use the ones I already found. That's important. The inversion guard, the safety win. By forcing wide equals math.min, it's like a math formula, we ensure that even in a flash crash or weird data gap, the lines stay in logical order. Your UI will never look tangled. Awesome. The fallback initial load win. This ensures that when a user first types a ticker, they see something immediately while the historical data is still flying through the internet to get to the app. Here we go. So the prompt: implement the structural cache, harden the min, low, and range function, apply strict inversion guards, and update the compute stop levels. And once applied, run a quick blind check to ensure no types were broken during the refactor. This is our final logic update before the master commit. Hopefully. I learned in vibe coding never to think that something's going to be the last step until it actually is the last step and it's done. Because you can check my first videos, like I would get all excited at the end of a build and be like, oh yeah, all I got to do is just put in this last prompt and we're done. And I put it in, and then like something would happen and it would be like the biggest problem of the day. And I'm like, dude, that's because I'm expecting something. I'm creating that resistance. Like I just got to let things flow and go how it's supposed to go. And as soon as I stopped doing that and just started staying open, like, well, when it's done, it's done. It was like the problem stopped. And I was like, whoa. I was like, dude, there's something to this, man. It's the mindset. Who knows? It could just be coincidence, but seems to be working good so far. Changing my mindset, change the problems. All right. Everything looks good. Gonna recheck the browser. Make sure it's working. It is. Oh yeah, make sure these are right. Wonder if this will change if I update this. Oh yeah, it does. That's awesome. Oh, this is money. Yep. This is money. How close am I to 1 million? I'm at 0. I'm on day I think day 21. I'm still building the business. Um Honestly, I have no close how I have no idea how close I am to 1 million because it's all about the mindset, right? Because I'm not trying to predict how things are going to turn out. I'm just setting the goal and I'm taking things one step at a time. And I've built businesses before. I know the process as far as business. I'm new to vibe coding, but that's like, that's the challenge is from beginner to 1 million. So I feel like I'm not so much of a beginner anymore. But yeah, I mean, in a way, I just begun, but in a way, I feel very close to the million because the goal is already set and I have faith that it's going to happen. And I'm making a ton of progress and I'm seeing the next steps. And there's so much potential to this. So it's like it's already there. Um, but yeah, I'm going to update as I go. Like, I'll make that first dollar, I'll post it up. I'll post it up and show the proof if people want to see the money I'm making, and I'll let people know as I go along where I'm at. So yeah, no limitations except for stop loss limits. That is a good mindset. That is a great mindset. Um, let's see. I think I just got to run the yep, push and commit. And I want to see the usage. Let's see, like, if I stayed under 60% in my build window in the terminal. Oh, duh, I can talk to it. What is the command to check for the usage in the Claude terminal window? All right, just had to click enter. Now here's like another moment of truth. Um, no context. Okay, I should have said context usage. What I meant to say is what is the context usage command for the Claude terminal? Token context usage, yep. Oh, status. That's right. Oh, no, that's not what I saw yesterday. There's another one. I think it was just usage. Oh, here we go. No, that's not it. Okay, so that was showing me the usage for like how much I'm using of my max plan. But there was a prompt I put in yesterday, or it was just like a slash with one word, and it showed me the context usage that I've used in this window so far in this session. That's what I want to know. Tokens command. Okay, that's probably it. Now, how do I get the box back up? Oh, there we go. Says it is unknown. And I'll put that in. Yeah, weird. Um, I got the max plan in right now. Was using Pro, but it crashed out for my session because I'm doing like longer sessions for the vibe coding stream, and it couldn't keep up with the there wasn't enough for the session, so I switched to Max, and Max is definitely like overkill for how much I'm using it now, but at least I don't have to worry at all about like stopping mid prompt in like the middle of a session. So I'll probably go down to the $100 plan next month. But who knows? Maybe I just start making like super like more detailed stuff, and I stick with the $200 plan. Either way, like it's very worth it. I feel like status. Isn't that what I just did though? Yeah, that is. How come they knew it yesterday but not today? Oh yeah, that referral code thing. Yep. Then I can give like 7 people a week trial. That's awesome. I should, yeah. I'll yeah, definitely leave that in the Discord. I'll look into that, and I'll even try to find a way like to like incentivize like some way in the chat or something for people to get those free week trials. Okay, so tokens didn't work. Yeah, respect. I'll remember that you're the first one that mentioned that, so definitely just gotta look into it. I might not get to it like today or tomorrow, but I definitely should by this weekend. Um no, tokens didn't do anything, and status is not showing me that right metric. I have no idea why. I just asked one time in a different chat yesterday and it got the exact prompt that I was looking for. And yesterday it was showing like on the bottom of the screen, it was showing like how much percentage of the context I was using as I went. But essentially, I want to know how to do this. So I'll give you one more opportunity to give me the right command to find the context percentage for this session. And if you can't find it, I'll just figure it out later. All right, Gemini, come through for me. This is the last thing I want to see. Um, no, it's not compact. It's saying settings. Okay. It's not it. Try the other one it said. That is config. Nope, same thing. That's not it. Yeah, it's getting late and I'm tired and hungry, so I'll just figure that out later. But I know I did not. I was watching it the whole time and I did not see it compact the conversation one time, which is super good because this build was definitely like I'd say almost twice as detailed as the last one. Oh yeah, the README. That's right. Um, and I have it create a README for GitHub for the last time. All right, so I think the last thing that I want to do is to tell it to create a README file and to have it send it to GitHub. So create a prompt to have it do that. Oh yeah, then I also got to do the call it Vercel and analytics. That only takes a minute. So it looks like we're going to do the README and GitHub deployment. Awesome. See if I can create the Vercel part while I was doing this, or if that will cause a problem. No environment variables with the crypto projects because I don't need APIs. That's crazy. The stock market is like, you have to pay for all our data. Like, free tiers are going to be super restrictive. And then crypto's like, oh, you can just have it. Like, we'll just give you all this data for free. You don't even need an API. Like, can tell definitely the crypto people are way more on the abundance mindset than the stock market. You're saying to have both LLMs review the README, so like Gemini and then the Claude Code. So like in the past, like I didn't even have anything review it. I would just like tell it to create it and like send it, and I wouldn't even look at it. But that's good. Like that's I should be reading that and like just making sure it's right before I send it over. Let's see. Oh, it looks like it already did it because it's asking me, do I want to overwrite it? No problem. I guess it probably did it before I did those like changes. And I just ran out of spring water. Perfect timing. Saying it's good. Putting in analytics enable on Vercel. Getting the code it sent me. Getting a prompt to have Claude do the analytics. I just enabled analytics on Vercel, and I'm going to paste the code that they gave me and I want you to create a prompt for Claude that it can make sure that the enable the analytics. The analytics prompt. Well, I was hoping to be done by about an hour ago, but this project was worth it. Like, I don't even care that I mean, I kind of care. I'm trying to like wake up when the sun comes up for circadian rhythm stuff and everything, but man, how often is vibe coding brand new? How often am I going to be learning an awesome skill like this and I want to just give it everything I got and all the time I have and just yeah, like I'm definitely addicted to this vibe coding thing. At least I'm not like my some of my other streams I was up to like not in the stream till like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. And then yeah, that was definitely do not like doing that, sleeping all day, especially when it's wintertime and the days are shorter. But yeah, I got to finish this up real quick and get some sleep. Push complete. Vercel Analytics is live. Just one more time, making sure the site works. What? It's like it broke something. No way. For real? So it's showing the lines now on Bitcoin but not Ethereum. What is going on? Okay, I'm just gonna try to fix this real quick. But that's localhost. Let me try the actual live version. Okay, Bitcoin's showing up. But no, ETH is not. So it's only showing up on Bitcoin. So yeah, let me see if I can easily fix that real quick. Going back to the code. All right, so I just went to check the app one last time before I called it for the night, and essentially now the stop losses are only showing on Bitcoin, and they're not showing on like I checked Ethereum and Solana, so it looks like they're only showing for Bitcoin, and they were showing on other coins before. I'm not sure what happened, but is there a prompt you can create to make sure that the lines are applied to every coin? Sounds like that structural cache thing was being too aggressive. That's what they think the problem is. So update the cache key, force recalculation or symbol change, add a safety, console log. And at the end of the day, I did push it to GitHub, so if this like messed it up in some way, I could always go back. And if this doesn't work, I gotta call it. But at least it did it. I did it. I created the app. Just one of the steps messed something up, but it's definitely working. And it works for Bitcoin and it worked for the other ones before. So yeah, this is like the last step. Well, last step I'm doing tonight because I definitely made it. And yeah, this is a good one. This is even as soon as I like started like dealing with the issue of making sure the stop losses were in the right place. Dude from the comments saw that right away, and he was like, "Dude, this is money. People have been trying to do this for like years, and all kinds of like PhDs, and like trying to figure this out." And like, I believe it. This is not easy. This is like, I mean, for me, like because I've been like trading so long, I can just look at the chart and be like, okay, that's where this stop loss should be. That's where like the next stop loss should be. But how do you program that? And I just had to vibe it. And it's still working for Bitcoin, but it just stopped showing up for the other coins. And it's probably because the cache step that I had to do after the last audit made it so it didn't apply to all the coins anymore, just Bitcoin. So we'll see if that was the build passes, now commit and push. Let's see. Let's see. I'll wait till it's done. Oh, that was to commit and push. All right, so yeah, we try it again. Nope. Just change that line from red to green. Come on. I feel like I can't. I'm so close. I gotta try one more time. One more prompt. Alright, that did not work. So essentially all that did was it changed the price line from red to green for Ethereum. But it still did not update the stop losses for other coins than Bitcoin. Essentially, I'll let you try one more prompt to try and figure it out. I'm thinking like, actually, I don't know. So give me another prompt, and if that doesn't work, I'm gonna call it for tonight, and then we can just go back to like an earlier push where it worked, and then figure it out from there. All right, let's try. But it works just for Bitcoin though. Yeah, respect. I'll check that out in Discord because I don't totally understand what you're saying about the README file stuff. So that'll definitely help. All right. All right, I was just looking at the prompt, and one thing I noticed is that you're saying that it doesn't work for Ethereum or Solana, but I'm guessing it doesn't work for anything except for Bitcoin. So update the prompt so it knows that it only works on Bitcoin. Okay. If the lines start jumping to the correct wicks on ETH and SOL, you've officially mastered state management. If that's what the problem is. Guess we're about to find out. go to some mindset teaching. So I think Dyer, the guy with the abundance teachings I was talking about today, he basically saw that all wisdom traditions all across the world pointed to the same truth. Like there's so much like fight about like religions and stuff and politics and like everyone like putting people against each other, but it's all one love, one life, one aim, one destiny, one people. All right, let's see if this worked. So you can see it works for Bitcoin. Let's see if it works for ETH. It worked. Yeah, they fixed it. Try one more Solana. That was totally worth it. Now that my mind was like fresh on the problem to fix it now. That was totally worth it. So I see what you're saying, and you were a second late on that last comment because I fixed it, and I didn't have to stop before the issue was resolved. But that way it would have logged any open issues in a way that it can continue where it left off easily. That's good to know. Learning more as I go every day. Oh, I just got to definitely push it and commit it this time. Yes, it did. Got it. Took a little bit longer than I was hoping to, but only John knows how long these things take. And the main thing was I stuck with it till the end and I did it again. So like they say, the trend is your friend until the very end. And everything's good with the GitHub. So yeah, I'm going to make sure that the link for this app is in the description for the next video. And yeah, today was awesome. Did something really awesome again. Did something I have never heard of anyone doing before with programming. And this was not so easy. This was difficult. The AI didn't understand it at first, but I got it figured out without a doubt. And everything is good. So yeah, that's it for today. Hope you got some value off of what I had to say. Trying to bring you new information every day, almost at least. So, no delay when it comes through. So I'll just keep doing what I do and you do the same, provide value in any type of way you can. I'm out for right now. Everyone have a good night or whatever time it is, wherever you're at.